For joining us in room on Zoom or watching on GrassRoots. Thank you to GrassRoots as always. This is the Aspen City Council work session for October 24th, 2022. Tonight on our agenda, we have a budget review. Yeah, everybody's excited. Tonight's topics include the Wheeler, the Red Brick, Parks and Open Space, golf, public education, and debt service. So with that, we're going to get started. I had a request to bring back some theme music, so we'll start just with a little. Oh, wait. That's the totally wrong music. I'm so sorry.
It works somehow. It works.
So we do have the wrap. We have the wrap up after this with all the, the other new items.
Monday night budget. That's what it is. Okay. All right. Thanks, Andrea or Diane. You want to introduce this first item for us?
Actually, the first item will be introduced by Lisa Rigsby Peterson, who is online. Thanks.
All righty.
And good evening, Mayor and members of council. I am not representing the Denver Broncos in the Monday night budget. Hopefully it'll go a little better than their season has been so far.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
So thank you so much for the opportunity to present the Wheeler 2023 budget. Thank you also for the opportunity to do so remotely. I'd like to start with our Compass wins and just give you a very brief overview of the things we're very proud about over the last year. Of course, the most important thing last year was reopening the Wheeler Opera House. After 14 months of no activity, this was so important for many reasons. It allowed the Wheeler to re-engage as a beloved gathering place for our community. It renewed dozens of our community collaborations, from Aspen Community School to CoA to the Shining Mountains Film Festival to a mental health convening, all reaffirming the Wheeler's very important role as a partner for so many. We also created new partnerships, including helping to launch Dance Aspen, whose growth over 1 year has been a huge source of pride. Another aspect of 2021-22 was, of course, the navigation of COVID protocols. We reopened in May of 2021 and promptly began navigating a labyrinth of protocols to keep our staff, artists, and patrons safe. We had quite the journey, but we now have a blueprint if we ever need to revisit any of these varying levels of response again. And finally, over the last year, we've made significant realignments, both of our team and organizational structure, as well as in our artistic planning. All artistic planning for the Wheeler now is done internally rather than by an outside contractor, which allows us to be thoughtful about what our community might respond to. And we're adopting a new programming model, planning for an entire season rather than just a few shows at a time. Additionally, our structural realignment has allowed us to promote long-time team members into roles which best serve the future of the Wheeler organization. Several key positions had been vacant for many months when I began, and while it was challenging for our entire team, it also gave us the opportunity to identify efficiencies and realign job descriptions to help lay the foundation for a high-performing team. Looking ahead to 22-23, we have three highlights of our Compass Plan I'd like to share with you. The first goal is expanding diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion in concert with the city's commitment to these principles. Our Wheeler staff are working on DEI efforts in several areas, including intentionally expanding the representation of artists on our stages, making sure that everyone in our community feels welcome and included at the Wheeler. This includes diverse programming, affordable pricing, and assessing our accessibility initiatives. We are conducting regular tests of our hearing loop systems. We're researching captioning and/or audio description services, and we're evaluating our 133-year-old building for physical accessibility. In the coming year, we hope that these areas of inquiry will help us develop a pilot program that engages new members of our community. The next Compass Plan highlight that we'd like to talk to you about is developing our 40th anniversary celebration plan. 2024 will be the 40th anniversary of the grand reopening of the Wheeler. This cause for celebration will allow us to deeply engage with community members, some of whom were part of that important work and are still here to tell the tale and to honor the past 40 years. We're already working on lists of people to listen to and talk to. Please feel free to share whatever names you'd like with us. We'll begin recording their memories and gathering memorabilia as we lead up to what we envision as a grand celebration, perhaps not quite on the scale of the Bauhaus celebration, but still designed to engage the entire community. Our inclusion in the state of Colorado's historic opera houses circuit will provide a wider avenue for broad recognition of this milestone. And the final compass highlight I'd like to share with you for 22-23 is a goal of becoming a leader in sustainability practices. We at the Wheeler are committed to Council's priority of reducing our carbon footprint. And through a variety of initiatives, we'll broaden our work in this area over the next year. We have just completed CoA's building IQ assessment, and we will build a sustainability plan from these results from the building perspective. Our capital requests include the replacement of our inefficient stage lighting inventory with LED lights, and our rigging project assessment will help identify possible efficiencies in operations. We will amplify our existing audience and artist sustainability programs, which include already promoting recycling, composting, elimination of single-use plastics, and other practices. We anticipate joining the League of Historic American Theaters in 2023, and we hope to become a national model for sustainable practices in a historic theater setting. These compass lookbacks and highlights that we're looking forward to in the future, we then turn to our fund balance. And I think I'll turn this over to Andrew if there are any particular notes that you would like to make about this slide.
Sure. Andrew Kramer, Budget Manager. I just wanted to highlight, because the next slides that we're going to focus on will be more focused on specific budget elements for each of the two departments, the Wheeler and the Red Brick. So I did want to give you sort of a high-level overview of what the LRP looks like when you take in all the revenues. So the Wheeler RET, and then the other various types of income. Wheeler revenues, we'll talk about that in more detail, and then the Red Brick as well, primarily rents. And then when you look at the other expenses, you get to total uses of about $12 million for both of those funds. One thing I did want to point out on the fund balances at the bottom. Our conversations with you and other various stakeholders, we've two things. One, the fund balances that were in the LRP and the budget book showed a different formula than the one that it was supposed to. It was more of a 50-50 split. This is 100%. So what that means is that the historical Wheeler dedicated fund balance will be spent down to, quote, spent down, not really, but it will be drawn down to 100% of the total uses for the Wheeler in a given year. The remainder of the fund balance will then fall into this arts and culture expanded use fund balance. So that's the fund balance that's dedicated to allowing us to do expanded grants programming to cover the costs of any overages related to the Red Brick Center for the Arts. And so the way that it works is that 100% of the subsidy necessary in the first, I think it's about 7 years, for the Wheeler operations. So the expenses not directly covered by the Wheeler revenues will come from the fund balance itself. And then the remainder of the revenues, any remainder of the revenues that are there that are in excess of all the rest of the expenditures, sorry, it's just complicated, get dropped into that arts and culture expanded use fund balance. So the net impact is that the fund balances begin to average to the Wheeler fund balance decreases until it hits 100% of operations in a given year. And then the arts and culture expanded uses fund balance is where the remainder of the funding comes from. Now, you'll probably recall in discussions that we've had with this, we settled on a 100% because the fund balance in the arts and culture expanded use is still there for the Wheeler. It does not preclude that from ever changing. So the priority is still always set by council, and the funding will always be there for the Wheeler, depending on how, the revenues come in and how council decides to do that. But it enables y'all and future councils the maximum flexibility to address any arts and culture needs that come up.
Thanks, Andrew. Let me start with Skippy, because I don't know. Skippy?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Thank you for that explanation, Andrew and Lisa. Awesome presentation. I'm really excited about where we're going. My question, Andrew, is around the reduction in the fund balance. I'm very supportive of the direction of opening up these funds we talked about. The 100% seems like a totally reasonable number. The one area where the Wheeler may be structurally, literally different than other uses is just the nature of the building being really old. And so if we're going this direction, I just want to check in and make sure that if there were an unexpected large one-time capital cost to service this historic building, that, the portion of the rent goes towards buildings, the AMP fund and the general fund, like we would be able to still meet those needs and not have a negative impact on operations for the year.
Hey, Skippy, thank you for that question. This is Pete Strecker, Finance Director. You are correct that we would not struggle yet with any sort of building issue at the Wheeler. As Andrew mentioned, the historical Wheeler fund balance is there for the Wheeler. Also, the expanded use arts and culture fund balance is there for the Wheeler. So you can look at the combined total of those two numbers at the bottom of the page and be assured that both of those totals can always be used for Wheeler purposes. So in essence, it basically does not diminish any sort of strength that we have to take care of the Wheeler.
Awesome.
Just to go back and kind of maybe add as much of a simplification if I can to Andrew's earlier statement, if you think of it as all new rent revenue coming in is basically allowable for expanded use at this point. That money plus the Red Brick Center revenue is then the pot of money to start paying for all the expanded uses, if you will, all the Red Brick and the expanded art grants, right? So you deduct those from the revenues that we have from the Wheeler Ret plus the Red Brick revenue. Anything that's left over starts adding to the arts and culture expanded use fund balance. That's as simple as you get. And you'd keep doing that until it came to a point where the Wheeler's dedicated fund balance fell below 100%, which is not for many, many, many years. But if and when it got down to the 100% threshold, then we would start tapping into any of the revenue coming in that we'd still need to maintain that 100% in that particular fund balance. Plus, we still have the expanded use fund balance.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. I just want to be sure, and for anyone else, listening who's concerned about the historic structure, it's important to know that that's protected in this approach as we expand, as we all say we want to. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Skippy. Rachel, and then Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Pete, and everyone for the presentation on this. And Lisa, thank you from afar on the goals and where we're going to get to with the Wheeler. I appreciate all of that. My question was on the top line investment income, which shows about $850,000 of earnings from the existing dedicated Wheeler funds. And I'm wondering, it feels to me like any income off of the funds that were accrued under the previous ballot language should go directly to the historic Wheeler dedicated balance. And that will slow its eventual decline to this 100% because it's still earning interest on the money it had accrued before. Is that how this is being done?
Absolutely. Actually, exactly how you said. We could have apportioned some of the investment income to the expanded use because now we're tracking to fund balances, but right now I'm not even bothering with that. We're continuing to drop all the full investment income into the old dedicated Wheeler reserve at this time. like you said, it'll slow the diminishing of that pot of money, but
Sure. But it had developed to a point where it kicks off a decent amount of interest, even with the low interest environment we're in now. So I just wanted to track where that was going appropriately, and I appreciate that. The second is more of a comment for thoughts for our council and for the future, a future work session or whatever. But, you know, these start showing some really large balances over time. And I think it'd be very important for council to work on and develop a policy related to capital campaigns. You know, my thought is kind of like, you know, say it can be no more than 1% of a campaign that's over X many million, and it could be no more than 5% over a campaign that's smaller for capital and things like this. And rules such as no contribution would be committed till over 50 or 60% of the funds are raised otherwise. But otherwise, these numbers have a target on them. And you're going to start to see whether it's ballot questions that say, let's use that remaining balance for this one project that are initiated by citizens, or other claims of how it could be better used. I just think that it's leaving no policy in place just leaves a vacuum for others to fulfill with, whether it's citizen initiative proposals or others. And I'd like to, at some point, limit expectations so people aren't thinking, oh boy, we could come in and ask the city for $5 million and we'll ask for $3 million, we'll ask for, you know, so that this does extend as we've wanted it to. And so I have no hard and fast on it, but I would say I think it should be a priority going forward in next year's budget to really come up with a generalized policy related to when and if, as we will be approached for helping fund capital campaigns. But just have some guidelines so that you can say consistently, we did the same thing in 2025, and we're doing the same thing in 2028, and we're doing following the same policy in 2031, because people will look for the precedent and the consistency coming from the board. And again, I think it's something that would tamper expectations, because you're already seeing some letters and some, why don't you just spend that whole balance rebuilding the school theater? Or why don't you just spend that whole balance grants to artists? And I think we need to create some structure. Thank you.
Sarah, I got a question for you on that. Outside of just that one item of capital policies, in capital request policies, are there other areas for this fund that could use some policy direction from council?
I do believe the one other area will be capital at the Red Brick. We are moving forward with the assumption that this, at the staff level, that capital needs of the Red Brick Arts Center would be met through this fund, not through the Asset Management Plan or General Fund. So that's something through your adoption of this budget will confirm or deny that agreement with the staff assumption. The other piece only has been, as I've recommended in this budget document, and I shared with you all individually ahead of time, my intentions about implementing a best practice around this fund balance management, and that there's one fund balance, and that the historical reserve comes down as the expanded use balance goes up. Still keeps the same amount of funds in the balance, but nevertheless is removing the least restricted funds from the fund balance, and that the expanded, because sometimes folks forget, the expanded use balance is all available for the Wheeler. You have the choice to say not to grant those funds because there's such a dramatic need at the Wheeler in any given budget cycle. So that decision authority is not removed from the council in any way going forward with that change. Is there anything else? I'm just going to look over to my colleagues in finance. Are there any other areas besides those two? No. Okay, so we've baked into this budget proposal assumptions that you agree with the spend down of the Wheeler dedicated fund over the next 10 years as the arts and culture expanded use balance goes up. And then we've also have in here, when you adopt the budget, you annually adopt all your financial policies. That includes that. And then we've also assumed that over time, capital for the Red Brick Center for the Arts would come from the Arts and Culture Fund rather than the general fund or the AMP.
what is the targeted reserve says 25% of uses? It's around $2 million.
Right, so that's 25% of the total uses for all activities. So that's the,
Of 1 year?
yes, yeah, it's 25%. That's just our normal
Right.
financial policy on fund balances for these
Pete, a second
types
ago,
of
you
funds.
mentioned something about when it dips below 100%.
So that is one of the reserve thresholds that we are proposing to move up to the 100%. We're going to bring the financial policies back to you at the same month we bring the budget adoption, because you'll have to adopt that policy change via resolution. And so that will include moving that up to 100%. That line there will change.
And as a frame of reference, I have never worked anywhere that said 100% fund balance policy for any of their funds. At most, I've seen 50%.
Yep.
And then what we have on the screen is different than what is in our packet. Can you
Yes,
explain
we
that again?
updated the numbers a bit this afternoon,
Just in the green at the bottom.
just in the green at the bottom, that's correct.
It was just on how we accounted for the split between the dedicated Wheeler Reserve and the expanded uses reserve, which can still be used for the Wheeler.
So the one that was in our packet shows a spend down policy.
That was out of date.
Correct.
This is based on the conversations we've had with council about moving to 100% reserve and basically reducing the limitations on future councils by trying to shift the money out of the dedicated reserve and eventually down into the expanded uses, which can still be used for the Wheeler.
Okay. All right. I've shared my concerns, not about this proposal, but my concerns when it comes to the Wheeler Fund in generality. So we'll come back to it. I'm going to go to Ward first, Rachel.
Yeah, there is a lot to unpack here, and things have changed from our budget book to these numbers.
That's correct.
And what I'm asking the rest of council, I don't remember our council coming to a policy decision on the spin down and on the fund balance of 100%. And what we're presented with here this evening is that we're accepting this, a staff assumption that that's a policy that we are going to pursue. And I would ask the rest of council, if you guys remember making a policy decision on the spin down and on the 100% of 1 year's operation for a reserve. I don't recall that conversation. I remember when we first started talking about the Wheeler RET and spin down and reserves, that I heard support as high as 2 years of reserves and as low as 20% or something. But the difference in this green on the bottom is the assumption that all of the 100% of the operations of the Wheeler are going to come out of the new Wheeler RET revenues, and the remainder would be going to expanded use budget, because there's about a $7 million difference between the last two numbers in green. So I just need, first of all, querying the rest of council, if you recall making a policy decision on the spin down and on the reserve balances.
Sarah, and then Sarah clarify.
Right, we brought this policy conversation to the council 3 times earlier this year, or within the last 12 months. There was no agreement at the council table about how to move forward. So you have in the budget my recommendation about how you deal with this issue, because there was not resolution at the council table to provide me direction.
Thank you. Rachel?
When I look at this, I think that we have a labeling problem on the 2 green bars. And the second one should say Wheeler and expanded arts and culture uses, so that there's no confusion, so that nobody thinks that the bottom green is only arts and culture. The bottom green is equally available to the Wheeler to be used in the future. What they're simply doing is dividing up the money, that this is the old money under the old election ballot question rules, and this is the new money under the new ballot question rules. And what's happening in this budget is using all the new RET income coming in under the new roles to go down into the arts and culture and Wheeler expanded use balance. And the operation for the Wheeler Opera House of this coming year is starting to come from the large reserves that we've built up. And this was part of our policy discussion of using the restricted funds for Wheeler operations strictly and clearly. And the second category now can have expanded uses, but it is fully available to support the Wheeler as needed and when needed. And so I stumbled over this a few times thinking about it myself, but I could see where the money is still there. It hasn't been changed. And, you know, we could set some sort of policy on either of those, that the balance should never go down below X. And over a period of time, I don't know, 12, 15 years, whatever, the historic Wheeler dedicated balance only to the Wheeler itself will go away, and everything will be in a Wheeler and arts and culture expanded use category. So it all kind of comes out in the wash, it just flows through. There's no danger of using all of any one up in 1 year, and that is why I would want to make sure we do have a capital policy, so that nobody, capital campaign policy, so nobody's looking at this and saying, wow, look how much could do so much in 1 year. We all know this is a lifetime program to support a historic building and so on. So two last things. Again, I think, and it always happens in budget, our staff thinks this is an easy title to explain something, and it's not. But the second category includes Wheeler, and includes Wheeler building, and we need to make sure it's labeled that way. But the second thing I would say in terms of the other capital policy question that coming along with this is that because the red brick revenues are now included in all the revenues going into this program, that is where I feel comfortable using this for the capital of the Wheeler as well, of the red brick, which was included in the ballot language and assured as our community's arts production center, where we make art as opposed to where we view and entertain and maybe indulge with artists. But so I am comfortable with that capital policy, given that the red brick center's revenues are in there, and you know, at some level, their revenues are then going towards their capital needs within this, augmented by the other revenues we have. So it took me a little while to get comfortable with it, but I am.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to dive in a little bit to this, what do we call it, an expanded use balance that we had discussions about wouldn't be used for capital, but for ops and programs.
Well, I'm sorry, I'll ignore that. This is a challenge because future councils will make their own decisions as well, Ward. And I'm concerned that if we don't set up a policy of some sort, it's just going to be open season for others to say, well, yeah, well, the old council said it was just for ops. But look, you know, our community felt it was going to help with capital of any number of different small arts groups or large arts groups. And when the grant review committee hears grants, sometimes it's buying capital, sometimes it's buying equipment, sometimes it's helping those agencies restore their office space or something. It's not as if our current grants can only be used for operating when they come and make their requests. They're much smaller grants, we all know that. I just want us to look down the line so that there's at least some policy about it, but I'm not proposing one now or anything.
What I'm seeing here is because this council did not make a decision on what the drawdown and percentage reserves are, that staff made that decision for us.
And they've presented it to us to
And
consider.
since you're asking this council to make a policy about capital reserves or capital projects
In the future, yes.
in the future, then if by default we don't come up with a policy, then staff is going to come up with a policy. And it's a process thing that concerns me, that in the absence of our council making a decision, that staff is making it for us.
Respectfully, I need to disagree with that point. This is a policy proposal to you. You are still the decision maker in it.
Yeah.
Just as any other land use code or anything else, we bring you a policy, a recommendation. This is my recommendation about how you handle this fund balance. It is council's authority that will determine whether it is implemented or not. Thank you.
Yeah, again, I don't see the challenge other than relabeling arts and culture and Wheeler. This is just designating which money was collected here and which money was collected there. And I don't know, Ward, if you're saying you want less money available for arts uses now on that bottom line and continue to grow the historic Wheeler balance that can only be used for the building. I mean, that's kind of, it sounds like you want out of the current rent, let's just talk about what comes in 2023. Either it will all go into expanded uses and the Wheeler existing funds will pay for Wheeler operations, or we say all the money that comes in, some of it will pay for Wheeler operations so we can protect the 42 million we already have, and we'll only make 2 million available for arts each year. We'll cut back what was going to be going towards the arts with the ballot question a year ago.
No, Rachel, I'm trying to organize my thoughts, and I see that there's an embedded policy decision to be made since the budget book, proposed budget book, and our packet were presented to us, and the figures here tonight. So the figures, the last two figures embed a policy of 100% reserves and 100% of the operations coming out of the existing dedicated fund balance. And if that is a policy that this council wants to make, I want it to be in the form of a policy resolution that implied in a redistribution that's presented tonight for the first time for us to see.
Would you rather us keep it in two funds and just say, this is the old historic Wheeler fund, and this is the new money fund, and as it comes in each year, we either transfer some to the old historic so that they can keep doing the operations, or we start to combine them in such a way that there become one Wheeler and Arts foundational budget here?
No, I agree with having the two separate funds. It's just the way that the policy, the way it was presented is different from when this was released to us and when the proposed 2023 budget book was presented to us that I have in PDF format.
Yeah.
That was presented to us for tonight's packet.
I agree. Numbers are different.
Yeah, I don't object to having two different funds, and I don't particularly object to the 100% reserves and the way that it's laid out here. But what I'm asking for is a direct policy initiative from this council table instead of an assumed one that's presented in these last two numbers that have been presented since Thursday or Friday when this is presented.
Understood. Sarah or Pete, how does, what Ward is talking about, a policy resolution as it pertains to the actions that are in the suggested budget?
So these policies are adopted differently than your land use policies. Your land use policies have a policy resolution that design the boundaries of that policy work. When you come back every December, you adopt all your financial policies, and that's done by resolution, and that'll be included in there in December at that meeting. I think it's December 12th, 13th, something like that, that's scheduled to come back to you.
He'll have it in the book. I think I guess what staff tried to do here was the ballot said any new monies under the Wheeler RET can be used for a broader purpose. This essentially demonstrates that. It takes any new money that came in and applies it to the new uses of the red brick and the arts grants. Anything that's left over, it saves as a fund balance for expanded uses. That's as simple as it is for what the ballot question said and what that does. There was nothing in the ballot question that said of the new money coming in, X amount should go to the Wheeler. So we didn't know how to program that into this. What we said was any new money that wasn't used for expanded purposes stays an expanded purposes option under the arts and culture and Wheeler available uses.
And I recall, and I think Rachel and I voted against putting this on the ballot, that I felt that this should be nailed down before we went to the ballot issue. And the rest of the council felt, well, we'll figure this out later. And this is where we're figuring it out right now. And it's the first time that we're really seeing this policy that our council, I think, I might be the only one on council that feels that we should define that instead of having staff present it to us as a policy by assumption. And for me, it feels like we are by default not making a decision, and that we should be making a policy decision at this council table. And please tell me if I'm the only one that feels this way.
You know, Ward, no, I don't, and these are complicated items. I understand where you're coming from, and maybe what part of this conversation would be about is to increase the targeted reserve number on that spreadsheet that we see there. Right now, we're saying 25% of uses. Would 50% of uses as being a target reserve make you feel better about it, or something like that?
It's going to 100%.
Right. It says 25% here, but it's going to 100%.
Well, is that what you?
Is that the right number? That's what
the right
we're
number.
suggesting based on the individual conversations I've
This
had with you.
spreadsheet online says.
Because I've met with all of you individually about this issue last winter and about the need for direction and the absence of it, that this is the action I would take.
So in your budget book, at the back of the book, there is the proposed policies, which included the draft language to say there will be a 100% reserve target in this particular fund.
And Ward, it's on tab 7, page 14 in the budget book.
What's up on the screen is current policy, because that hasn't been adopted.
Skippy?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I just to sort of weigh in on the overall direction and then to button down what I'm hearing Ward's concern is, so make sure we understand that, because I definitely want to be able to put this forward in a way that Ward supports the process of. So I'll circle back to that. But as far as the policy itself, this to me feels like a clear reflection of both council and the community's intent as we moved this, reappropriation of tax forward, which was first make sure we're making this forward structure and use.
Ooh, Skippy,
We're
that's.
losing you, Skippy.
Skippy, you're
breaking
cutting in
up.
and out.
You're in a tunnel.
Oh, all right.
That's better. Try it.
Okay.
I think you have auto tune on your phone right now.
Yeah.
Painful.
I have what?
No,
We can't hear you. You're
What's that?
breaking up.
you're breaking up. We cannot hear what you are saying.
You guys keep
Okay.
keep chatting, and I'll chime in a couple minutes and see if that's better.
Okay. And I think we understand where you're coming from, what you're saying. Yes, Ward is as concerned here with process as anything. He's not putting forward necessarily targeted reserves, other dedicated balance reserve, or any suggestions like that at this time. It's just about how we're getting there.
Yeah, and I'm now rolling in Idaho Springs, so I should have good service. If I don't, cut me off and I'll just be done with it. But from a process standpoint, Ward, I don't have the same heartburn that you do about staff putting forward the initial recommendation. I think this is the meeting where we talk about and amend whether that's ours or not, where we affirm openly to the public that we're doing it and why, and then eventually this will get voted on in resolution format. So I can appreciate where you're coming from, but if you don't have substantive issues with this, I'm happy to go along with any process that gets us there. But I do think that this policy does what our intention as a council and the community voted for is, which is expand the landing spot for what would otherwise be sitting fund balance, while also protecting the historic use and building of the Wheeler. So the fact that staff came up with the number is fine with me, because I really look at that 100% as sort of a accountant or administrative decision about best rainy day fund, in the same way I would think about how much money do I want to leave at the bank for if I accidentally lose my job and I need a transition period, which is really what it is. And I'm hearing that we have the ability to leverage funds in other funds if there's a big capital expense, and for operations, this is the right move. So if that helps at all.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 108 of our budget book, which is page 7 of tab 7. And, I don't see anything here about policy, I'd like to know where Andrew is
Sorry,
pointing
it's
me.
page 14 under that tab.
Page 14 of
Right,
tab
it's-
7?
It's marked in red.
And it will have to be relabeled.
I don't know if I want to say this one more time, but that ending fund balance before the two green lines, where it says 42 million every year and then 43 million every year on the screen right now, that is all for the Wheeler. It can all be used for the Wheeler. Every penny.
Which, what?
The third line from the bottom on the graph that's on the
Yeah,
page.
got it.
I don't know if, I wanted to make sure Ward, I don't know if he had it or not, but nothing in here precludes any dollar in that fund balance to go to the Wheeler.
But the other way around is true, so there's a higher balance by the spin down in the policy that's being presented. The fund balance and the extended use balance increases a lot faster. So in our
Yes.
in our budget book, that at the end of the year is $3.7 million, and here it's $10.9 million.
Yep.
So what this does in essence is it says basically $11 million is now available that could be used for arts and culture and capital projects on arts, anything that qualifies. But we haven't set a policy yet on what our capital program should be.
Sure, you're correct, but that's consistent with what the voters adopted, which is expand the uses of the Wheeler right? So I'm not arguing with you, I'm just saying that we felt as staff that was consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I just visualize it over time where the money that is more restricted will have been used up and spent down to zero. But the fund itself will be continuing to replenish via the RET for now the Wheelers' use, maintenance, operation, upkeep, and the arts and culture grants. And that will be just a single fund balance that is not restricted the same way. And we can have a 100% target or a 200% target in the future, as far as I would be concerned. But, and I think there could be a council decision or something our staff wants to bring to council at some point, and it'll be a future council, to say, look, we're down to just $7 million of this Wheeler restricted, Wheeler only money. Should we just leave it there? That would be a future decision point, that this money can't be used for arts grants no matter what. But this is moving beyond an awful lot of workarounds where the revenue from the ticket sales were paying for arts grants, or the revenue from the bar was paying for arts grants, or the general fund was kicking in more for arts grants. And I just see this as the way these guys are trying to direct this fund to eventually become entirely what the community recommended. Taking care of the Wheeler operations, Wheeler shows, Red Brick, and better and more arts and culture grants to the community.
And Pete, 100% is roughly $2.5 million for annual operations?
No, so, sorry. The total uses line that you can see on the table right now, it says 12 million in '23, and then it goes to 7 million the next year because there's a lot less capital. That's the 100% target number that we would have every year. So you'd have 12 million, 7 million, 8 million. So it's a pretty high number. And as costs go up, that number goes up.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't object to this. I understand it, but I'd like to see us have an actual policy assigned to it.
I mean, I understand what you're saying and I also feel what you're saying. You know, when we went into this, we were all very cautious about making sure that we weren't unrestricting these funds to the detriment of the Wheeler. And I kind of hear that with you. I shared the same comments with Sarah earlier today even. And I think, what's the nature of the meeting on the, I'm going to say December 12th, just so it's not the 13th. But
It's your budget adoption.
so would there be an opportunity by resolution to capture council's intent?
What I would want is specific feedback if the red line that's been proposed to you is unsatisfactory and what portions of it need changed. I need very specific feedback because we believe we have written for you the amendments that, what I've heard is one amendment on the floor to ask us to change arts and culture expanded use to say Wheeler and expanded use balance, just as we keep and I want to be clear, they're not separate funds, they're just
Right.
separate balance sheets. So as we keep the balance sheets different, that's certainly a minor adjustment. We have no problem making an adjustment like that we want that to be meaningful to you and how it's labeled. But we have proposed text, and we would need to understand in specific detail what needs changed in it at this point, because this council has not been necessarily coalesced around that language and the other attempts to get somewhere.
So what is that, is that getting at what your concern is? You would like this council as, you know, a council of architects for this change in the revenues allocations? Is that what you're trying to get to?
Well,
Is a statement on?
the page 115 of 390 pages, 398 pages is, I've spent all my time looking at the capital. I haven't looked at tab 7 particularly, but if we adopt the budget, we're adopting this language, which defines what I was looking for a definition of. It's just buried on page 115 of 398.
Okay. Yeah,
Is that the financial policy section?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is. It's
good.
tab 7 is financial investment policies, and page 14 of that,
Good.
which is page 115 of the proposed budget book, it is a policy of the city to maintain a reserve in the Arts and Culture Fund of no less than 100% of the annual appropriated expenditures, including reoccurring transfers, at year end as identified in the LRP. And then there's another call where Wheeler Opera House is redlined and replaced with arts and culture.
Yeah.
And a minimum reserve of 5% of annual appropriation expenditures must remain at all times. So that's the definition. What I was looking for in those last two lines that I never saw in.
Okay.
And if we adopt the budget, we're adopting that as well.
They're separate resolutions, but they'll both come.
Yeah, it just seemed obfuscated to me.
Okay.
did you
Very
have
good.
additional comment here?
Not really. Every question I had was amply answered by Skippy, Rachel, and Ward. I actually thought the 100% reserve was a good idea, just given the age of both buildings. That's my 2 cents. So I support this going forward.
Great, thank you. Any further? Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And going forward,
discussion.
the red brick comes out of the Wheeler.
Yes.
Correct.
And the,
Right, the Wheeler
Where there's
Arts-
no confusion, it comes
Wheeler
out of
Arts
the
and
alternate.
Culture expanded
Right,
uses,
it's the
but-
expanded uses line there
Yeah.
that it comes out of. Thank you.
and the red brick revenues go into that fund. Okay, very good.
Thanks, Pete.
You know, and if you look at this, in revenues in, expenditures out, and how the fund balance is flowing and being maintained, I'm comfortable with this. I also, you know, it was Rachel that had some initial concerns early on and really gave me a pause for thought as well. But I've shared those with Sarah. I've talked to her a number of times, again, today as well, to really express those concerns, wanting to make sure that the actions that we're doing reflect what our intention was and what the community has supported. So I'm much more comfortable with this. I am supportive of the 100% reserve. I, was thinking I would even do more, but that's just me being kind of nostalgic, sentimental, or what have you, or overly protective for the Wheeler Opera House. So I'm willing to let go of my internal angst on this and listen to some of the experts that
You were
are.
2 years at one point.
Yes, I was. I absolutely was. And I might be again. All right, thank you. Next item. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Moving ahead, I promise to be efficient with the rest of my presentation. Here you see the distribution of our FTEs allocated across several programs, as well as a breakdown of our budget by expense type. Capital is a little higher this year in 2023 because of the large rigging project. I do want to note there are two things that I would like some guidance from council about. And the first has to do with our staffing. As a department that relies heavily on part-time on-call workers for box office, house management, stage tech teams, we really face daunting challenges in maintaining customer and artist service levels. We have had applications, a posting for a house manager open for many months with no applications. We've only had a handful of applicants for box office openings. And in these most public-facing positions, we haven't been able to hire people into those positions. In the past 3 weeks, we've had 2 staff members leave due to relocations and family circumstances, and we're still trying to fill 2 other vacancies that have been existing for months. Frankly, there just aren't enough prospects knocking at the door for these intermittent positions. Although this isn't a true supplemental request, and the deadline for that has passed at any rate, the most recent vacancies mean that I would like to ask council to consider allowing us to combine 2 vacant part-time positions into 1 full-time position to see if we can shore up at least some of our box office or house management needs. I'll note that we have at the moment multiple part-time vacancies, and so we do have money available in our current budget, both for the salary for a full-time position as well as additional costs for benefits. I'm happy to answer any questions about this now or later in the discussion.
Are there questions about this?
Yeah, I think we've had this as a previous department discussion.
Parks
that
and open space.
Yeah, that part-time employees don't get all the benefits that a full-time employee does. So what is the additional cost of combining 2 part-times to get 1 full-time?
I believe it would be an additional approximately $20,000 to $22,000.
Yeah, that's correct. You'd add the benefits and then the access to merit increases as well as the 2, the cafeteria and then the goals and Compass Plan bonuses as well.
And Lisa, you think by combining that you'll be able to fill those positions?
We believe that we would be able to find someone who is interested in a full-time position who could work primarily as a box office representative, but also flex into the house management role if need be.
On an aside here with a lot lighter note, we were making comments on pictures, and I think your dance Aspen photo on the beginning of this section is by far the best picture I've seen in the budget book.
All credit to our friends at Dance Aspen, for sure.
Yeah. I'm comfortable with the combining of positions. I think it's something I've referenced before, but the affordable housing crisis is affecting every government, every business, every possibility for hiring, and you start to wonder at what point, you know, you're just treading water even with much higher wages because you're not getting anybody a permanent place to live and a rental or ownership rate that doesn't continue to increase 10% a year or more, as we've seen with many people who used to live in the free market around here. So, you know, this is a bigger problem, and I worry about a point at which the city will need to start backing off on discretionary programs because we simply can't hire enough people and get down to more core items, although those amenities are very important for our community and for our guests. But the housing issue is just going to drive every single department a bit crazy going forward, and it is as it's doing within the business community. But yeah, go ahead, let's try and see if we can hire people.
Lisa, I think, you know, at this time, council is supportive of what your suggestion is, and we wish you luck in it.
Thank you, very much appreciated. Moving on then to our revenues, I'll note, as I have before, that we have 4 main revenue sources: the work that we present, the rentals that we do, box office fees, as well as the 2 tenant spaces that we have. One quick note is that the income is a bit lower in this year than in previous typical years due to an anticipated multi-week closure of the Wheeler for the rigging project. We'll talk about this particular rigging project and timeline a bit later in this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about revenues, or I'm happy to move to the next slide.
We'll go to the next slide. Thank you.
Sure, of course. So this is the next item, of course, that I am interested in council feedback for. You received a memo from me last week that was a much more comprehensive reading of our proposed fee changes for 2023. We had a handful of goals in mind with these proposals. Some of them are listed here. And the Wheeler Advisory Board recommended the changes at their board meeting of July 13th earlier this summer. I'm happy now to answer any specific questions you might have about the proposed changes, which you had in your memo. On the next slide, you see simply an example of what some of those changes would look like.
I'm good with the Wheeler Board's recommendation.
We appreciate the Wheeler Board immensely. Thank you. I think we can go, yep, this next slide.
Thank you. And then the next slide is the Wheeler expenditures. As you'll see, many of these mirror the expenditures where we also receive revenue. There's not much to add in this particular budget. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you might have about our expenditures.
Presented events, is that a reflection of ticket subsidies, or what exactly, how does that break down?
The expenditures in the presented events include allocations of full-time and part-time salaries to make these presentations possible. It includes fees to artists. It includes lodging, travel, hospitality, all of those things, as well as the marketing costs are factored into the presented events expenditure category.
And where do ticket subsidies show up in the budget?
So the subsidy itself is a function of the full income and expense of our operating budget in a given year. And so I've done some calculations. Of course, I'd always want finance to do a little backup. When we look at our operating budget only our operating budget, not capital, not overhead allocations, in terms of our earned income, I believe that we that we cover about close to 24% of the cost of our business. That means there's a subsidy of approximately 75%. But the actual subsidy itself is not reflected in line expenditures.
Just a question, though. You do kind of track which shows perform better in terms of revenue capture and which ones don't, and then you use that sort of feedback for future programming?
Yes, that's absolutely one of the factors we take into consideration when planning programming. Additionally, there are some, particularly in some of our new initiatives and introducing new artists, new kind of genres to our stages, we know that it's going to take time to build those audiences. So there are some shows which we know, if you look purely at the income and expense, will show a negative balance. And there are then some shows that will show meeting and exceeding their expenses, that's part of how you really put together a full season, that there are shows that you know you're going to take a risk on. There are shows that are surefire sellers, whether it's comedians, whether it's really popular kind of fare. And that consideration of the balance of those kinds of presentations, in addition to the contributed income through the rent and some of our income streams, help us keep an eye on what kinds of shows are popular, what makes sense. And there are always going to be shows that make sense for us to do that are not going to make money. And that's the difference between somewhere like the Wheeler and a Broadway show, which has a profit motive.
I think this is a great benefit to our community.
Absolutely.
Very good.
If there are no other questions about about our expenses, then we'll move to the supplemental request. I'm not sure if Patrick is there to talk about the arts and culture grants,
He is.
Andrew, or shall I? Or okay.
Yep.
You just stepped
Thank
up
you.
to the table.
Thank you.
Lisa. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Patrick Quick, Strategy and Innovation Director. The reason I'm before you tonight for this supplemental is because our office oversees and administers the grants program for the city. This is an $810,000 one-time request. Similar, if you'll think back to the mayor and council request for HHS funding, this is not a request for new budget. It is a request to finalize allocation from the RET into the real estate transfer tax into the 120 fund. And ultimately, the best way to probably think about this is that these are actual grants awards under the arts and culture category. Certainly, we see this as an investment back into the community, direct dollars into our arts and culture organizations.
So I'm just going to ask for a staff clarification on one-time versus ongoing.
We set this up as one time because the allocation that y'all set every year would need to be we would basically need council's input for any additional funds. So we've put in the traditional $400,000 that we've usually had in the grants program into the ongoing budget. This is in excess and would need to be sort of reevaluated and recommended again each year.
So it would be $1.2 million. That would be the grant of the pool available in 2023.
For the different types of grant programs that Strategy Innovation has proposed for the arts programming. So this would include the arts and culture grants that we've normally had, the artist fellowship, and then also the grant programming for not capital, but
Expanded grant.
Asset and
Right,
acquisition
asset.
support. It's
Exactly.
minor capital materials.
Yeah. And again, I just got a little confused by you saying there was 400,000 programmed in, and this is 810 on top of it, or is it now 810 total?
Total is $1.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
So 400,000 is in your base budget. We didn't even bring it for you to discuss. This is the direction you gave us in August. That includes some pilot programs.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it.
In addition to the increase of that base.
I'm fine with that.
Any
supportive.
questions?
Good.
I will take the opportunity for a shameless plug with the grants program. We open our 2023 grant cycle November the 10th, so in about 2.5 weeks. If you go to aspen.gov/grants, you can take a look at reference materials as well as practice applications and training dates. We'll be offering training both virtually and in person.
And when will that application period close?
Good question. It closes January the 10th.
Okay. It seems like such a busy time of year.
I'm sorry, January the 5th.
You know, right over the Christmas holidays and right after an election, this, I really wonder how many people have extra time to do it then.
What we saw last year was that most folks tended to wait until January to at least complete the application, maybe not to start it. Usually they would start it in November or December, but finish it in January. And so important to note that the reason we chose the dates for this cycle is based upon a Point BE external consultant survey to grantees.
Okay, one last question on that. When you recontact everyone who prior had grants, so it's not just that they read our announcement, they're getting something from you directly to say, this is the opening period, this is the closing period, and here are the resources.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
We have a distribution list that we use for past grantees.
And then advertising would be for potentially new ones or people who didn't know this resource was available?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much.
Patrick, as I recall, in our discussions about revamping the grant process, that this decreased the time between, it compresses, compresses the timeline.
Yes, and to add to that, the kind of the checks, if you will, are cut and awarded to grantees in April.
Right.
And that was the timeline last year, and we're trying to stick to that this year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't know what day the first of the year falls on, so I don't know how many business days are between the 1st and the 5th, but, if you were to extend that to the 10th, which you said a second ago, or to the 8th or anything, you have my support. I would not think that you are delaying or anything like that. If it works better for applicants, as you just said, most of them really get done with it in January. Maybe you want to give them a couple more days on that side. Anyway, I got nothing to say but great work. I mean, we've revamped the grant program. We've made more funds available. This is just great conversation. It's wonderful to see, the arts, not just the high-level arts organizations that we have that have been kicking butt in this town for a long time, but also, just more access and participation on all levels, I think is just fantastic. So great work. You guys are really, this is one example, I think, where council is making policy decisions that we're seeing carried out extremely well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you for your kind words, and we, as always, appreciate your support of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Moving on, we have just 4 slides. The next is major capital projects. 2023 will be the second year of our theatrical rigging system project. We've recently awarded 2 phases of this project, a structural and electrical analysis, and then a system assessment and design. Based on our RFP responses, it's likely that we'll need to contemplate some structural reinforcement to the building above the stage area to safely install an upgraded system. The analysis begins next week, and then we will have the results in early 2023. Once we have that, we'll have a better idea of how much work needs to be done, how much it would cost, and probably, most importantly, how much time it would add to an already long shutdown of the theater. I just share this with you to say that we still consider this a top capital priority. It's possible that upcoming analysis will cause us to reevaluate the timetable for this project. Just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thanks, Lisa. You know, as a former back-of-house employee at the Wheeler, this is exciting to me.
Yes.
When I was going through this, I saw this picture and I was like, oh, they must be so excited about this.
Our production team is especially excited about it.
I bet. I bet.
Barbizon Light of the Rockies is our vendor who has done a lot of work at the Wheeler already, so we're really pleased with the partnership that we'll forge with them.
Well, I hope the analysis goes well and no unforeseen circumstances come out, but nonetheless, this is exciting to go forward. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
We're all nerds in our own way, Tori.
Hey, it's true.
So the next major capital project for 2023, I mentioned before, the LED lighting package to replace our existing lighting instruments with LED instruments, critical component of the sustainability goal in our Compass plan, and will give us a lot of flexibility, programming capability, and again, our production team is very excited about this particular project. The next slide then lists a variety of smaller capital projects that we are proposing for 2023, including a minor reconfiguration of the box office stations, as well as some sound mitigation in the lobby so that our box office staff can actually hear themselves when we've got 250 people, if we can fit that many in the lobby itself. Some much needed updates to the artist green room, some theatrical equipment, and a replacement or upgrade of our ticketing software system, and some other minor work. Happy to answer any questions you might have about any of those projects.
I just had a note in here, Lisa, that with $80,000 for improved projection, are we going to get more films in the Wheeler to enjoy that?
Let's see. We have the 4K projector, and so our production team suggested having a screen that matched that would probably be a really smart thing. So whatever films we have at the Wheeler starting when we get this screen are going to look even better than they do today.
And then the replacement of your plotter, what are you doing with your old one? We could find some fun things to do with the old plotter.
Maybe that machine takes a lot of attention, and you have to just talk to it the right way to get it to work. And so we are hoping for something more efficient, or maybe even better, finding someone who can do that for us that has much higher equipment for us. We'll see. Any other questions on the capital projects?
I did just want to announce that Warren Miller's Daymaker is on December 1st.
Is it in 4K?
It will not, the projection will be in 4K. The screen will not be 4K by then.
And the bar is open, and so my hope is that for Warren Miller, we will have far fewer people coming in with their jackets awkwardly positioned over their chests, and they can just go to the bar and get beer. And we're working on bar solutions, so not to worry about that. Yeah.
Well, I was actually going to ask you, Lisa, you have a plan for utilizing the bar?
So the bar has been open this fall for beer, wine, and non-alcoholic drinks. We have engaged a contract bartending service. We went through an RFP. We had one response which was not responsive to what we're looking for. So we're continuing to contract with this particular service to provide bartenders to us, and we're exploring a couple of other options, which might include hiring bartenders ourselves. But we just thought it was important to have that bar open. I asked Alex to check for us. We haven't lost money yet, so that's a good sign. But it goes back to the issues we have, particularly around staffing. If you're a bartender and you can make a lot of money somewhere in Aspen, working at a restaurant or a venue, or you can come to the Wheeler and work for 15 minutes before a show and then 15 minutes in intermission, it's not a difficult choice for someone.
Lisa, I really celebrated the bar being open during the Shining Mountain Film Festival.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
So in summary, I'll just say, there is one formal supplemental request for arts and culture grant funding. I want to just thank you for your support, for helping us to rebuild from the 14-month closure due to COVID. We love being fully open again. We love welcoming our community and partners back into the building. And the Wheeler means so much to all of us, so much to all of you, and we thank you for entrusting our staff with the operations and the care and feeding of that beautiful old lady. So thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, well, I would thank you for your care of our asset and the professionalism you're bringing to it. And this is just coming from me, but I really would like to know how we are doing with staffing later on when we get, another 4 months into the season or something like that. And should we find that the wages are insufficient to really keep that amenity open and safely and fully functioning, I want you to come back to us and let us readjust those budgets. Thank you.
Lisa, this is a comment to the whole community. At the CAS meeting on Friday, I think it was, I was seated next to the city manager of Leadville and had discussions about the pristine nature of the Wheeler Opera House compared to the Tabor Opera House in Leadville, which I had a tour of a couple of years ago. And I'm sure the Wheeler would look like that if we weren't graced with the Wheelerette that we have and the 40 years of loving care and restorations that the Wheeler Opera House has benefited from in our community by extension. We're very, very fortunate, and I'm really proud of the Wheeler Opera House.
Lisa, quick clarification. This is Diane. Are you requesting on the part-time positions to be turned into a full-time position as a 2023 supplemental or a fall supplemental?
We'll do it as a 2023, and we will address it through savings.
Awesome.
If there's
Thank
any
you.
need for funding this year.
Thanks.
I think she has sufficient savings in her 2022 dollars to cover it.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council.
Thank you.
And let's see, I don't have any appropriate music for you. The next one here is Red Brick. So the only thing that really goes with that, of course, is
The suspense.
you might not be able to hear it, Skippy, but
Yep, heard.
that's the best I could do for you, Skippy.
Thoroughly enjoyed. You're making traffic in Denver way better.
I feel like every presentation now, that's all it's going to now get my energy going. So thanks for that, Tori. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for inviting us to present on our departments this evening. I'm Sarah Roy, Director of the Red Brick Center for the Arts. And I'm very pleased to share with you our Compass wins for this year. So our first is we launched the inaugural art exhibition here in City Hall. This project was about creating opportunities for our local and regional artists to have their work displayed in a very prominent civic building. These artists were paid a stipend for their participation, therefore recognizing them as professionals. I heard from a few of them that they have made commission sales off of the exposure, and I heard consistently from all of them they found it to be a really great honor to be included. This project was also a celebration of this incredible new building that we have and the many council members, staff members, and community members that really work together to realize it. And lastly, it's an example of how the arts can be used for a community benefit. Our next Compass win is we are working on design improvements for the Red Brick facility. So we undertook an RFP process looking for an architect to design improvements to the public spaces as well as the programmatic spaces. So that includes the gallery, the art classroom, as well as designing kind of a history-telling recognition element. Through that RFP process, we selected local architect Harry Teague. Harry Teague has extensive experience with nonprofits, with schools, and other art-related facilities, both here in the Valley as well as outside. Anderson Arts Center, yes.
Mayor's Hall.
Yes, I was about to say the Institute. So Harry Teague and his team are deep into the work right now, which is really exciting. This project is demonstrating the city's commitment to being responsible stewards by making sure that we're preserving and improving this valuable city asset that we have. You know, I know we all just feel so fortunate that the city owns the red brick and is able to offer below market rent to our tenants. We have our community spaces available for use, and we also develop programming within this building. Our last Compass win is our community partnerships. So collaborating with our partners on programming, on events, and art advocacy is an important part of the Red Brick mission, and it's also a city value. For our partnerships, we seek to work with organizations both related to the arts as well as those not necessarily related to the arts. I find these partnerships to be really exciting because it's showing how we can leverage the arts into other sectors of our lives. But for all of our partnerships, they are important as we work together to be able to amplify each other's mission and knowing that we can have a greater impact together in the community. A few examples of the partners that we worked with this year are our local schools, the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, the Public Library, Aspen Film, Aspen Strong, Callie's Backyard, and Challenge America. So next, I'm going to share with you our Compass goals for this coming year, and underneath each one of our goals, I'm going to describe the project that we will be working on to support that goal. So our first goal is being stewards of a community art center. So again, one of the most important roles of the Red Brick is taking care of this facility and ensuring that it continues to improve and is optimized for its community uses. This work contributes to this, the city value of stewardship, as well as contributes to creating a safe and lived-in community of choice. A project next year that we will be working on to support this goal is realizing and implementing that design work that Harry Teague and his team are currently working on, so implementing the renovation work. Again, we are looking to enhance the public spaces and the programmatic spaces for our tenants, for our patrons, and our visitors. Later on, you will be hearing the capital request for this project. Our next Compass goal is ensuring that the Red Brick is a hub for community activity and engagement. So we do this by creating programming that offers a chance for people to interact with each other, to collaborate together, to learn together and experience the arts. As I spoke about earlier, the city value of partnership is an important driver with our programming. Ultimately, we are creating experiences and opportunities for people to be able to connect. And we believe through those connections, a stronger community can thrive. The project that we'll be working on to support our goal is a program assessment. So this will allow us to think strategically about our classes, about our events, our artist lectures, and decide which ones we want to continue, which ones should evolve, and which ones should end. We will be seeking feedback from our patrons to really help drive that decision making. This will allow us to be responsive and create programming that our patrons and that we find to be impactful and meaningful and really relevant right now. You will hear later on a supplemental request to increase our temporary labor budget. We use our temporary labor budget to hire our art educators, which again support or come in and teach our classes.
Good pictures as well.
Okay, thank you. And our last Compass goal is the Red Brick advocates and creates opportunities for the arts and artists. So we know that the arts and culture is an essential part of Aspen's DNA, and it's greatly valued here in our community. And so the Red Brick is one of two very lucky city departments, I wish Lisa was here to hear this, that get to work in this area. So we see this role as serving the city value of stewardship by being stewards for the art, and we also use the city value of innovation by really pushing ourselves to create new and dynamic programming. A project that we will be working on next year to support this goal is hosting a community engagement on the development of a public arts plan. So this is something that we have heard in the community that people are interested in having. And this community engagement would allow us to be able to open it up to all of those who are interested in participating to really help and shape and form what this could be here. For this effort, we are looking to hire a consultant with industry knowledge to not only lead that community engagement effort, but also guide us in drafting a plan for how a program could be structured and funded. I want to briefly take the time to describe what public art is. So it's not uncommon for a city to develop a public arts program which goes about putting art in our public spaces. Here in Aspen currently, we have sculptures in our parks and on our malls. They have all come about kind of through one-off agreements. And by developing a public arts plan creates kind of a formal program with known policies and procedures for being able to facilitate more art in our public spaces. So in addition to thinking about murals and sculptures, which we traditionally think of as public art, it also includes what are known as art happenings, or temporary pieces of art, or time-based pieces of art, or even events. So any really kind of activity wrapped around the arts and culture in our public spaces is considered public art. The field is quite expansive right now in terms of its definition and kind of what you're seeing. And I really think there's a lot of opportunity here to be able to bring people together in a very meaningful way around public art. The community, sorry, one more thing to say. For this community engagement effort, we will include an educational component for us to learn about public art, kind of what it is, how it functions, and again, how a program could be structured and funded. Through this community engagement, we want people to not only learn, but we want them to participate. We want them to brainstorm and share ideas and really help shape and form what this is. So this is an opportunity for us to make something aspirational and make something that the community really takes pride in and wants to celebrate. A second project that we will be working on, again, to support this, the goal of our advocacy work, is a continuation of the exhibition program here in City Hall. So we're looking to have a second exhibition of artwork starting next year. So for both of these efforts, you will hear later in this presentation the budgetary supplemental request to allow these efforts to happen.
Sarah, was that artwork on the side of the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's pointing at the screen.
Oh.
The artwork on the side of the stairs, it coming on both sides of those stairs, does that come out of, how did that come about?
That came through the Red Brick budget, as well as funding from the initial artwork for putting the artwork in City Hall. There was extra money left over for that, so that's how that got funded.
I think it's far
Right, so
out.
we
I
took
like that.
fixture and funding appropriations for this building to fund the pilot year of this program. And then this installation is actually temporary, depending upon what level of maintenance we put into it. If we want it as a permanent piece, there's things we can do to preserve it. But this piece, why don't you tell a little bit more about who it is and why they were selected?
Yes, so the artist's name is CoA Beyer, and she is the granddaughter of Herbert Beyer. So her, and not only being the granddaughter and the connection to Herbert Beyer, who's obviously a very influential figure in the creation of the Aspen Institute, is she works with his imagery and then kind of reconceptualizes it and kind of through a contemporary lens. So and she's a Denver-based artist, so she's a Colorado-based artist. So I think that connection, not only of her being, the granddaughter of Herbert Beyer, an important artist in Aspen's history, but again, she working with his imagery and kind of carrying it forward really tied a nice story.
And doesn't she have some art pieces in the Red Brick?
She does, yep, on our dumpster, which does not reflect what we think of her, because her work is typically in urban, in urban settings, and it does exist outside. But yes, the big hope parts,
that's great.
which people love, are by CoA Beyer. Yeah. So, yeah.
Rachel?
I just wanted to clarify something. Thank you. I want to clarify something. The future public art within City Hall would be on a 2-year cycle.
Yes.
But the art that's in there here now is only 1 year, or would that be 2-year by hitting next December? I mean, we just moved in here less than a year ago.
I think they're about like 18 or 16 months, I have to go back and look. This work that's currently up in City Hall will come down in late spring of 2023. And so then
Okay.
the budget request would fund a new exhibition of new pieces by new artists to go up late spring of 2023 and go through late spring of 2025.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
The one thing I want to clarify on that too is a vast majority of that 54,000 is direct payments to artists.
Yeah, I understand.
Any further questions, or we'll keep moving on? So here you see the Red Brick staffing structure. The Red Brick has two.
Right.
Yep, I know, I see you. Hold on.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay.
The Red Brick has 2 full-time employees that work in the office. The additional 1.5 are staffing that's part of business services that supports the Red Brick with facility operations and maintenance and administration services. When you look at our budget by expense type, the majority next year is for the capital requests that we will be making to oversee and complete the renovation work discussed. And then the other expenses are for, the majority would be for staffing expenses and then maintaining the facility.
Skippy, question?
No, I just had a brief comment on the upcoming goals, which I'm hugely supportive of, Sarah, and I love hearing you articulate them. It's really beautiful to just sort of see so much action towards our community's commitment to the arts and artists. And so, as I move forward, this public arts group, et cetera, I just want to give voice to the importance for me, as I hear through our community, of really this being an exercise of empowerment, of giving agency back to artists. I think it's amazing that we have sort of the funds and the ability to put structure around what can be sort of a messy process and help guide people through it. But I think a successful process will be one in which artists are not just informing so that others can do and facilitate ongoing, but rather something that is emergent from the artists and artist community, that is activated and engaged in by them, that they are part and parcel to bringing to life, doing the work as it were, and ongoing as well. Because I think what our artist community is seeking, maybe now more than ever, is really a sense of involvement, like really being able to tangibly feel with their hands and minds their impact and importance in our community. And so I just really want to give you the strong feedback just to really think about how to like work through rather than for as we do this.
Thank you, Skippy. I appreciate that. That's great feedback. The Red Brick revenue, the majority of our revenue comes from the building, which would be our tenant rents, and we also generate revenue off of our art classes, camps, and gallery sales. And then our expenditures, so again, you'll see the big capital request next year presented in again, the majority of our expenditure for next year, and again, the other amount is again for staffing and maintaining of the facility. And the staffing, again, covers both the facility as well as our programming. So for our fee changes for next year, we are proposing a 3 to 4% increase. The 3% increase for our facilities would be what tenants pay in rent. And then you'll see an increase for our adult classes. For our youth classes, we are proposing a new fee structure. So we actually did this last year for our adult classes, where instead of having a fee tied to a specific class, we tied them to kind of an hour segment. So a 2-hour class has a certain fee, a 4-hour class has a certain fee, a 6-hour class has a certain fee, which gave us a lot of flexibility to create new classes. So we are proposing that same fee structure for our youth classes. And then we also are proposing a new fee for private classes. So we get this request quite a bit. A group of girlfriends want to get together to celebrate a friend's birthday, or we've gotten the request for a family gathering with the grandparents and the grandkids. And so we want to be able to have that fee reflected in the fee ordinance.
I have a question on this. Do we have a scholarship fund for those of limited means to be able to have children attend the summer camps? And how do people know where the applications are or how to request financial aid to make sure their children can participate?
We do for our youth classes. We do have a scholarship fund for our youth classes, and it is on our website, kind of near the registration page. I will say it's been underutilized, so that is one of our kind of goals and something we're working on this year is making sure that we're really getting that information out. The application we do have presented both in English and Spanish, but it is utilized, but I will have to say it is underutilized. We do work with Family Connections. Catherine Sands, she knows about it, and every summer, and a lot of times it's used for our summer camps, but every summer I reach out to her and say, hey, please send me families that way, and same with the Buddy Program.
Right, I
And
was just
actually, the
thinking
Buddy
about them.
Program sends us recommendations as well. So that's actually the majority of our scholarship recommendations families have come through those two organizations.
You know, I think that's great, and I think that's one of the most important aspects of your programming. You know, you unfold this in the youth, and they carry the art with them their whole lives. But there's so much stress on our young people now, and families in particular, to how do I even get a new pair of shoes without going to a thrift shop for them, that making this more widely known for those kids would be really important to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. So we have a one-time supplemental request for, again, the continuation of this art exhibition program here in City Hall. So as I kind of addressed earlier with Rachel's question, the current work is on loan, and it will come down in late spring of 2023. This budgetary amount would allow us to host a 2-year exhibition starting late spring of 2023 to late spring of 2025. The majority of this budget amount goes towards the artist stipend. The remaining is contingency for shipping and framing and installation cost. Again, it was just very successful, and I think one not only the public has enjoyed, but the folks that work here in this building. So, and again, it is about giving this opportunity and recognizing our local artist.
Sarah, everybody, when you leave this council chambers, look at that painting on your left when you walk out, the one on the top. This one. Take a close look at it.
Okay.
It is so cool.
Sarah, is our City Hall gallery listed within the various advertisings that go out? I know there's art in Aspen in the summer from some of the magazines, and the newspapers
Yes.
have listings, so we make sure that the public knows it's here as well.
It is not, but that is a great idea. I am working with Communications Department to have it presented somehow on the city's website.
Okay.
Because we've had it professionally photographed, and we have kind of bios about each artist, so we are trying to figure out
You might very well be
platform
able
is.
to hit winter publishing deadlines if you hurry, but, you know, all of them have an art section and art listing of the galleries and
Yeah.
hours and things like that, so let's try to get in a few of those. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, Rachel.
Funding for this. Red brick budget. In a way, is this flowing from the ability to utilize Wheeler-Rett funds?
My review of this is it fits within the voter intention because of vast majority of this is direct payment to artists.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of the space of which it's displayed in. It's different. It wouldn't be the same as if we chose to use a park to display this. That the program is owned by this department. I felt comfortable with that choice. Certainly, though, if council feels otherwise, we are open to that conversation.
No, I want to support that. I am really proud that that is one of the outcomes from the ballot question that we went to the public with, and I think it's fantastic. It is direct support to artists in our community. I think that's just amazing and really wonderful. I would also say that maybe going forward, when we get a new show set up in here, that maybe we use it as an opportunity, maybe once, twice a year, we have kind of an art and outreach or art and input kind of
Day at City Hall.
happening here at City Hall to both publicly display and promote that artwork that's here, but also use it as an opportunity to engage the public and
That's a great idea.
invite them into City Hall.
That is great, because we did utilize the grand opening of City Hall and invited all those artists, but yeah, it would be nice to have that kind of gallery opening. I think that's what you're kind of saying, like a gallery opening event.
A gallery opening event that also in some way, makes use of the fact that it is our municipal building and it's the City Hall, and it'd be a great opportunity for people to, whatever, fill out community voices, 311s, whatever, just to engage the public.
And meet the individual artists.
Yep. It may be wishful thinking, but as the new artists are selected or the old ones are packing up their stuff, it'd be great if any of them are interested to teach one of the art classes for us at the Red Brick. And then next to their picture can be, you can meet the artists and you can take lessons with them. I understand many may not want to or have the time, but it'd be great to just continue the integration. Thank you.
And all of these works are for sale as well, just so you're aware. So there's a commission, in addition to receiving commissions, there's a direct sale opportunity for these artists. And those pieces just become available to the buyer once their lease terms with us have completed.
That is correct. And we do not handle the sale. The Red Brick and City is not taking any, profits from those sales. We drive that to the artists. And if you notice, the plaques next to each piece has a QR code that links directly to their website. So we figured savvy buyers they know how to find an artist.
Not only do we get the benefit of the art, but it relieves the general fund too.
Yep.
Very good.
I need a QR code.
I bet you could figure that out on Google.
Yes, you can. Yes, as a matter of fact.
You have a lot of faith.
The Red Brick is requesting a one-time supplemental request to launch the community engagement on developing a public arts plan. So I shared earlier, this is something that we have heard that the community is interested in having. This budget request would be spent towards hiring a consultant with industry knowledge in public arts to lead this community engagement. This effort would allow us to be able to open it up to all that would like to participate. We would have that educational component I talked about, as well as kind of focus groups and surveys. And since it's art, we're going to want to make it creative. We want to make it engaging and fun and inspiring. I don't know what that's going to look like. I think the consultant would, again, help kind of craft the entire community engagement, but I promise you it won't be boring. So from this effort, the consultant will take all the ideas and feedback that were shared and synthesize it into a vision statement and a list of shared goals for the program. This becomes the foundation, the directional arrow for the purpose and reason for having art and the role we want it to play. I'm going to share with you an example of one city and their kind of goals that they have defined for their public arts program. So the first is being a catalyst to connect residents to culture, environs, and each other. Their second goal is to amplify what is distinctive about their town. And the third goal was to create opportunities to engage with diverse forms of arts and culture. So by us spending the time to thoughtfully and inclusively craft our shared goals and vision gives us a framework within which to work. So when we conceive of a project or we are presented with a project, we have these goals and vision to kind of bounce off of and question and say, does this piece connect to what we heard was important from the community? Additionally, the consultant would bring understanding of best practices and industry standards and guide us in drafting a technical report that would include suggestions on kind of a selection criteria or funding options, oversight, as well as outlining policies for how you go about acquiring work, a maintenance plan, maintenance budget, and protocols on accepting works on loan or potentially selling even work. The consultant would also be asked to look at any current city code and how that would need to fit into this plan. Lastly, the consultant would package all this up and present it back to you guys for your consideration. Again, this becomes that foundation upon which you build a program. This foundation work is crucial and essential, and from it becomes the springboard to be able to really get things into action. Any questions there?
Yes. This Sarah is going to freak on what I'm about to say. Sarah, we've had a couple conversations about this over the last couple weeks, months, and I have shared with you that I was kind of disappointed that it was going to cost us $50,000 for an outside consultant and take us 6 to 8 months, which is something that for something I thought that really we could get going and move on as a community. Now my question for you is $50,000 enough to get us to where we want to be?
It is, I will say, this will create kind of a base work. With additional funding, we can definitely make this engagement process have more expansive and make sure we include as many people as we can in it. That educational component, I do think, is actually really important. And so there is opportunity with expanded funds just to make it, again, that much more thorough, and again, making sure that we just do it right, so that that community kind of pride and buy-in to it, I think, can really happen.
I know that this council and individual members have both great excitement about this, but also concerns from experience and history in this community about where art councils have been, about who's been at the table, about how they've been run and the like. That also with a really expanded vision. I think we all sit here accepting of public art and yet not knowing what the boundaries of that are, and we're open to it. So I would just kind of say to my fellow council members, and I don't know what form this would take. Maybe this is the approval of this supplemental gets us going, and maybe there's something that you come back to us with more or not. But in the conversations that I've had, I've been made aware that this is a start and a good foundation, but it may take more funds to get a really rock solid process and product out of this. So I just want to throw that in front of council members.
Yeah, I don't want to make sure we're not mixing apples and oranges and some pears on the side of this, because this is titled Development of a Public Arts Program. It's not titled Development of an Arts Commission or an Arts Council. And if that's kind of the mission we're trying to wrap our arms around, I'd like to know more about that. But in terms of development of a public arts program, the boundaries appropriate for that and everything like that, I'm fine with it. And if it required more to do it right after you've got launched, I'd be open to looking at that. But I just don't see this as a new program to replace the arts grants program as we have it set up, or things like that. So I just want to make sure, because you did throw around the term arts councils and commissions a minute ago, but this is about developing the public arts program, and I think that it would really help develop a great interest list and people who've been participants, and then there may be something that evolves further from there, or as a separate track looking at Arts Council. But, I've seen proposals that seem to believe all the Wheeler funds that are available to just hand out now and disperse them in 1 or 2 years, and that it all gets supplemented, and volunteers would replace council and the Arts Grant Review Committee, and I'm just not going there. That's not, and I don't think that's what this is, but I just want to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And since you're sharing vision, at this time, when I use the term Arts Commission, I just mean members of our community that will help inform a public arts program is what I mean.
Okay.
In no way do I think this would supplant the grants program or grants committee at all, a completely separate item. So that's how I'm using the term Arts Commission.
And I appreciate that, and I support this program.
My 2 cents worth is I prefer something along the lines of O'Keefe over Pollock.
Okay.
If I could add, there's this option of coming back, but we have a scope of services to write for an RFP And so I would much rather be able to be more comprehensive in that scope up front. Right now, the dollar amount is something we've kept just a bit tight, but this also was decided upon last August, and I feel like the conversation has matured since then. So if the council's supportive, I would increase this dollar amount now to give Sarah clear guidance so that she's reasonable in the scope she writes to the services and the caliber of individuals who may choose to respond to it. I mean, this is a point where the name Aspen comes with some prestige to add it to your profile, of your business profile, and I think you could capitalize on that opportunity in bringing in some very interesting conversation into the community that I don't think she can do with 50,000.
What would be
I would double it, and
double it?
I would double it if that's what you're looking for, is that really robust, deep conversation. This is sort of nuts and bolts, get a game plan together. Yes, it's be a lot of input, but it's not necessarily a lot of, again, she says in there, input, not community discussion, not collaboration. That's not in this funding at that level.
Would 80,000 get us there?
Do we hear 90?
No, I mean, I'd rather see a not to exceed and try not to exceed it, but I would, doubling it sounds like a lot more to me. Let me know where you guys are.
I don't know the scope. I don't know what 50 or 100 gets you. I have to defer. You know, I've had this conversation with Sarah just today, and I've spoken to Sarah a few times. Again, I was originally coming at this from like, I'm disappointed we have to spend 50 grand, but I know how delicate this is. I also have a feeling that what we're trying to do here is put something in place for the benefit of Aspen for a long time to come. So I'm really just trusting in those that know this space more than me, because I don't know what it takes. I don't know. You know, again, 3 weeks ago, I was like 50 grand. We don't need this. And now I'm like, I just want it done right. I'm so proud of this council. I'm so proud of this community. And staff that have heard from this council just an overall intention and have really harnessed it and brought it back to us to say like, hey, we think we have heard where you want to go. This is how we think we get there, and I just have to kind of trust in that.
Okay.
So.
I'm a huge fan of the arts. So I will go, agree with what you just said, and I will go along with staff's recommendation, because I do want to see the scope forward, and I think this is a good starting point.
John, by staff's recommendation, do you mean the 50 here or the 100 that Sarah ought?
I mean the increase, so we can really get this done.
Where are you on it, Ward?
I align with John.
Okay, there we go, 100.
Skippy, you want to give us some input?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I want to support this to do this right. I think I was trying to articulate maybe ineffectively my point before. And just to clarify, because Rachel, I appreciate your clarity around this, and I agree. I'm not looking for any emergent groups from this, call it an art council or anything else, to supplant the grants program and become the arbiter of financial distribution. I don't think that's it at all. I think, to me, what this is trying to do is to create a holistic framework, a roadmap to sort of re-institutionalize and recenter artists and art as a linchpin of our community. And so to me, for that to be successful, it needs to come from the artists themselves. It needs to be something to give to. And so I'm happy to spend more to do it correctly. And also my biggest fear is like, if the number gets too big, even if it's effective, you know, members of the arts community, kind of your point, Rachel, that like are like, we can't even afford paint. All we want to do is give to the community, and now we're spending all this money on a consultant. Like, I don't want the number to demoralize people who actually need a boost, and I don't think it will. But like, yes, my fear is actually on the other side of that, and I just want to make sure that each dollar we're spending, each process we're putting in place, is doing so with the intention of long-term sustainability of arts artists.
Okay, thanks, Skippy. Okay, I think council is amenable to the suggestion that it will take more than this funding. So it sounds like up to $100,000
Sorry, Sarah.
with a nod and agreement with Rachel's approach and saying, hey, if it doesn't have to get us all the way there, we're cool with
Of course,
that
yeah.
too. All right, thank you for that. Thank you, and again, I say thank you to the two of you. You've really elevated the vision that we're going for there, and I really appreciate that. So, Rachel?
Well, I think we're going on to the gallery improvements now, the big capital.
Actually, I think I've got two more
Okay.
supplementals. I'll be really brief. One is to increase our temporary labor budget, so this would be an ongoing increase so that we can offer more classes and camps. We do receive revenue off of our classes and camps, so that does offset the additional expense. But we have a new arts programming coordinator, the new FTE that started in July, and she is just exploding with ideas, to expand our classes, our artist classes. We're looking for professional development classes. So yes, so this would allow us to be able to implement on those.
I support that.
Two great photos. And I mean it though, I was just zooming in on the one on the left with the adults and they're doing a still life there with tulips and stuff. Their faces and that's just so awesome. I just think it's great that the city is in a position to support this kind of thing. I think it's
Those
great.
awesome pumpkins.
With
And those awesome
pink,
pumpkins.
and they're using pink palettes, right?
Right.
Not the typical orange and black and yellow for their pumpkins, yeah. And our last supplemental request is an increase to our utilities and service. So we have experienced increases in those areas, and this would help us be able to budget accordingly.
Very good.
And then our capital projects. So this is to implement the renovation work that Harry Teague and his team are currently working on. So this is for improving, we're calling the gallery, which is also the corridor space, as well as the other programmatic spaces, the classroom, as well as kind of our public spaces. And I can kind of give you a quick list of the items that we're looking at. So this would be renovating the bathrooms. And actually for everything, it would be about bringing it up to kind of modern standards. So in the bathrooms right now, we don't have exhaust fans, for instance. In the hallway, we still have fluorescent light troughers. Same with the classroom, they're fluorescent light troughers. So we're looking at improving the lighting system. And then if you see that picture in the hallway, our ceiling panels, to get in and out of our ceiling panels, you actually have to unscrew them, and so it's very challenging for our maintenance staff, and then every time you do that, that damages them. So we are looking to create not only a more aesthetically looking ceiling, but also one that functions better with better lighting. This would also be about replacing the tenant doors, so that's something that we have heard of, is that they're kind of the solid wood doors, and we want to, again, kind of make them a little bit more modern and professional looking, and add some glass so that you can kind of see into this tenant spaces, specifically the artist spaces, so you could see them working. Because that's definitely one of the functions of the Red Brick, is these artist studios are not only their working spaces, it's also their retail spaces. And so they welcome and want visitors to come in. That's part of our goal, is to really make the Red Brick kind of an active place. It would also be about creating wayfinding signage. So right now it's literally printed out on a piece of paper and hung up next to it. So we want professional wayfinding signage throughout the building, and as well as look at the exterior signage. So yes, that is what that amount would be covering.
I think John and I are in line for some of those old doors.
I could take a couple. Right now, this Wheeler 100% reserve seems like a great idea.
Rachel?
I saw these numbers, and it really gave me pause. As I said to you, what was it? We bought it for 3.6, and now it's costing us almost $2 million for
Mike?
She wants you in.
$2 million for repairs and upkeep. But it was almost 30 years ago we bought it, and it hadn't been in such great shape at that point in time. so I can understand this. I have wondered whether it all has to happen in 1 year or whether it could be over a 2-year period of time, because it is significant, but we're only seeing inflation eat up any savings of trying to phase something into 2 years. So I can acknowledge that this is the need. You know, it's again, it's a labeling thing because it sounds like, you know, you have a gallery, but you're not going to be able to expand it. It's just the same gallery, you know. But I can understand definitely the utility needs and things like that. So are we looking at LEDs for the new lighting?
Yes.
Type of thing? And so this will be lining up with its ability to join the Building IQ program?
Yes.
Okay, well, I think that you should emphasize those in this project, that this is about the climate change, reduction of emissions, as well as the modernization of a very old facility. Thank you.
And to let you know, we don't know the timeline yet for the work. It could all be completed next year, or it could end up getting phased. So as kind of Harry and his team are kind of working through that, our goal and what we plan not to do is shut the building down. So
Right.
things will have to get phased, or we will have to work around our tenants and our operations. And we've already targeted that it would start next fall, so getting through the busy summer season. It's not only busy for the Red Brick, but also busy for our tenants, and that the work would start sometime in next fall.
Very good.
Is the plan right now, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sarah, before the meeting, I said, you're going to have to paint a picture for me. $2 million sounds like a lot for a hall.
Yeah.
So it's more than just a hall, and hopefully those floors will stick around.
Yeah.
We finished the floors last January. It was quite a big project, but we got it done, and they really brought them back to life. And the flooring company said there's definitely some great years as long as we maintain them. So now it's built in that we will be kind of rebuffing them and recoating them yearly to keep them looking as good as they are right now.
They look
But
great.
that's pre last January. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I know if Harry's designing it, it's gonna be worth $2 million.
Yeah. You know, two things I just have to say is I'm really glad to see the wood floors remain, because that is a remnant of the old red brick that should remain as long as it has a useful purpose. The second thing I was going to say is that when Harry Teague first designed the private ice rink at the Arc and told the Citizens Committee about what it would cost, they're like, I can't believe it'll cost that much. And then they got another architect, and sure enough, it cost that much. You know, it wasn't any price savings at all, very similar design. And just as we close this one off, I had thought about this. I wanted to give a thanks to an old-time friend of mine who's no longer here, Cy Coleman, who was a critical element of the Red Brick campaign to save the Red Brick. I spent with another friend, Jerry Bennett, many late nights at his place, pulling this together and calling people and creating a committee and doing everything. And we heard a lot of people say, it's such an easy one. Everyone loves the red brick. It'll go. And other people saying, artists can never pay rent. It'll never work. And to have only won by 3 votes, I really wanted to just acknowledge my friend who had passed, who put so much into it. And thank you for taking such good care of it.
I forgot to tell you or share with this, but I'm glad you brought it up, is we have hired local writer Andrew Travers to conduct kind of a history research of the Red Brick. So he's currently doing it right now. He was having a couple interviews today at the Red Brick. And his kind of what he finds, he's going to draft kind of a narrative. He's been to the Historical Society archives, finding images and old paper clippings. It is from what he finds, or the narrative that he writes, that we will work with Harry in figuring out what that history-telling recognition element is. We don't know what it's going to be. We'll have a narrative written, but then there'll be some kind of physical
Yeah, Andrew reached out to me. I told him I'm kind of a little too busy with my husband's knee replacement and other campaigns until after November 8th, and then I can dig out all the stuff I have from that. I have a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you for that reminder, because I was going to ask you if this is also where that recognition for those that have supported the arts over the years, and the Red Brick specifically, was going to happen. So thank you for that reminder. And I had a hand from Skippy, but he's taken it down, so I think that might have been where he was had an inquiry as well. And John?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when I saw the packet and saw what the ask was for, I agree, it raised my eyebrows as well, how much it was going to cost, but you've answered the questions why it's that much. So, yeah, I fully support this. Red brick's a very important part of our community.
Is there no opportunity for expansion or even housing on this site?
The proverbial question. The answer is, sure, if you want to do it and you want to go through the process to do it as a council. Remember, you do have a historically protected asset that needs to be maintained. Through that, there's been a lot of conversation about the parking area behind the building, whether it should be parking or housing as an example, because that piece is not part of the historical asset, is my understanding. So it's not off the table, but I think it is certainly a complicated development site compared to some other opportunities that you have in choosing your funding priorities for the 150 fund.
Thank you.
Very good.
Every few years, we hear somebody wanting to put a steel skeleton around it and
That's right.
housing on top.
Cantilever housing on top of yellow brick and red brick.
Okay.
Brick
Thank you very much.
house.
And one last capital
Oh, fire
project
alarm.
request, it's for replacement of the fire alarm system. So during our annual inspection, this was identified as needing to be replaced here in the next coming year or two, and we decided to propose it for next year during the renovation work, so it can just line up and we can minimize impacts to our operations.
Did you put those horses there for this photo, or is that where they are displayed?
That was their part of the exhibition, so that was actually a piece in our show this past summer.
They're fire horses. They pull
There you
the
go.
pumper.
It has very deep meaning. The relationship between the horses and the fire alarm is,
It's obvious.
it's about society.
It's about society.
Okay.
And that's, yeah, so that wraps up for me. So any further questions, I guess?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
It is 10 minutes after 6. We are now coming to Parks and Open Space, but I'm going to ask for just a 5 or 10 minutes so that council can get up, stretch legs, get a sip of water and stuff. So if we could just take 5 or 10 minutes, we'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, my watch told me it was time to stand.
How are you? You all packed up?
Good there.
It's not a good one, actually. It's not, do you have a suggestion, Jim? Do you want to choose your own theme music? Okay, then I've got one queued up, but I just don't know how good it is. tomorrow morning is Acro. I'll know tomorrow.
When you talk about it, one thing I've really been digging down on is they said, talked about what's there, every restaurant, retailer, and all space in this town pays commercial property tax rates. Those accommodations don't. That means they pay a 2.5 times higher rate to the school district, which we supplement their budget with sales tax because even that is not enough. And that means they're paying 2.5 times the rate to go to the RAFTA, so that RAFTA can bring the workforce in, 2.5 times the rate to the ambulance district, the fire district, and everyone else who provides services for those guests. So to say that it's got to be spread more across other businesses that do not own real property, that are on a leasehold situation, they may not even get their lease renewed when they want to. And the bigger final one is that these condo hotels have a property owning HOA group built in, who they can raise the dues $200 a month, and those people will pay it, so they can hire and compete and hire the people they need. Small businesses, restaurants, don't have that. Office holders don't have that. So, if ACRA comes out against it, they're really coming out against a lot of their existing businesses who are already paying, taxation's not fair. Why are we paying a 0.35 cent sales tax to the school district? Because housing is unaffordable here. Because we're a resort. It just all, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that if they're trying to make this fairness argument or something like that, it's like, the retailers and restaurants are really the ones who are being hurt the hardest.
Right.
Right now, and that the ACRA should take consideration of that, let alone the traditional lodges. Chalet Liesel pays commercial property taxes. Good luck with all that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I think that stay neutral is a win. That's what I'm careful about. Frankly, that nobody gets to touch
My dogs are hot.
on the mountain. Okay, wait a second. Right, pull away here. I've been in some
All right.
turning cars in Europe.
And thank you for sticking with us. We are just coming back from a couple-minute recess. This is the second half of our Aspen City Council work session for October 24th. Next up is the Parks and Open Space Fund 100. And for music, all I could find was Wide Open Spaces by the Chicks. So not quite the game show theme song we've had, but
John Denver wasn't good enough?
it just nothing really.
Huh, okay, well,
There we go.
I'll just, E for effort.
The Parks and Open Space, I don't know.
You tried.
Wide open spaces.
Wide Open Spaces.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
We do have open space in our name. Well, good evening. My name is Matt Kuhn, Parks and Open Space Director. While I may be up here alone at the moment, I represent a large and dedicated team. A few of them are here. Shout out to Annie. She's been a tremendous asset for us and help on the budget. I think we got Mike from our team over here and a few others. So we pride ourselves.
Scott, don't forget Scott.
Scott, Austin. Yeah. So we pride ourselves in providing an outstanding landscape of public spaces and spaces that our residents and visitors alike can enjoy. I'm sure you all know that our department's responsible for the routine upkeep of over 30 parks, miles of trails, acres of open space in the downtown mall and core. We also perform some more unique roles in the city each year, including the operation of the Cy Johnson, Wheeler, and Riverside ditches. We're the operational group that maintains over 90 kilometers of trails for the Pitkin County program, and we maintain and care for over 13,000 trees in the community. Over the last couple of years, we've started our budget presentation with a study of our numbers, and while there's hundreds of benches and lots of dog waste bags that we provide each year, we wanted to focus on a different number this year. And we've all seen that increases in our parks and public spaces, and I wanted to highlight one specific trail count that we have this year. The usage on our trails has not yet returned to pre-pandemic levels, and it continues to be well above the already strong 2017 and 2018 numbers. Specifically, we see around 150,000 users each year on the Merle Bridge, the bridge between the Holden Merle Mining Museum and 7th Street. To put this into perspective, this is about 50% more users than we saw in the 5 years leading up to the pandemic on average. So we continue to operate our trail system 50% higher than we were just a few years ago. And so with that in mind, I wanted to jump into the presentation because I think that can be applied across our parks, trails, and open spaces. Looking back at 2021 and 2022, we had a few wins. We heard from City Council that we really needed to take a deep dive into what it takes to maintain our public spaces. And so we did that through a very comprehensive analysis of our parks operations specifically. We looked at how many hours it takes to do each of our tasks in the parks, whether it be mowing or emptying a trash can. We applied that on each park across our entire inventory. That has produced a labor analysis that I'm going to touch on a little later, and it's also kind of teed us up for a lot of future planning. It was just over a year ago, or just under a year ago actually, that we were at Heron Park with you all cutting the ribbon last year. It was really fun. A year in, that park is tremendously popular and continues to provide quite a new and interesting asset for our community. And finally, we started a multi-year project last year of improving our irrigation systems to a 21st century cloud-based system that allows for greater efficiency and better tracking of our water usage across our parks and trails. This year and heading into next year, we've kind of established three broad goals. The first, and really the general theme of all the goals, is about being forward-thinking and really anticipating what we need to do. So first, shifting to a more forward-thinking department, we've got a number of projects within here, and some of those that are more outward-facing for the community and really embody what we feel is our stewardship and service to the community is we're kicking off and starting a strategic plan. This is going to be a multi-year project within the community to ensure that we're aligning with the community vision and aligning our long-range plan and our work in kind of a focused and strategic way. We're also taking that labor analysis that I just mentioned and trying to reduce our volatility in seasonal labor, which I'll touch on here in a little bit. And we're starting to think about ways that we might improve housing opportunities for our seasonal workforce, specifically in parks. Finally, we met with you a couple months ago about our special use policy and the municipal code associated with that. And we're looking forward to continuing that discussion with you in a little over a month and hopefully aligning that with some municipal code revisions towards the end of the year. Our second goal is around anticipating climate change and our changing environment within our parks and open spaces. Two specific projects that I wanted to highlight here revolve around continuing our stewardship of water resources in this community and
not only continuing the capital project of changing our irrigation controllers, but shifting our mindset towards designing and retrofitting our landscapes to be as water efficient as possible. Specifically, this photo here of Wagner Park shows what the park looked like right after Food and Wine left. I'm really happy to report that we have great collaboration with Food and Wine, and we've shifted our strategies around how the event unfolds, such that we're able to kind of restore the turf more quickly and with less renovation than we were doing just 3 or 4 years ago. And this is the second year that we've successfully restored the field without a renovation, which is removing the turf and adding new sod. And that really highlights, how we feel our stewardship and conservative mindset is paying off in water conservation. And finally, another project here is just continuing what we've been doing in our department for the last 2 decades about using electric vehicles as much as possible in our maintenance of the public spaces. The third.
Yeah, just a real quick comment here, because it's so many different things to try to connect over time. But the Colorado River District on their website now has a water resources grant navigator to let communities know which funds are available for different projects. And water efficiency and water savings is certainly one of those. So, to try to look for outside money when we can, where we're reducing our usage would be great. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And feel free to stop me at any time. There's a lot of content here. Our third and final set of goals revolves around the preservation and maintenance of our parks and our natural resources. Specifically, in this case, I wanted to highlight it's been over 2 decades or so that we have looked at what it will take to manage the Ute Cemetery. Ute Cemetery is a tremendous asset for our department. It's very culturally significant, and our team has already started working on the framework for a management plan. And then building off of the labor analysis that we've performed for our parks maintenance, we're looking forward to shifting that analysis into an O&M manual so that when we bring new staff on, or as we are tackling projects year in, year out, we have kind of a standardized set of practices for us to utilize in our day-to-day upkeep. All right, so our team has 43 FTEs. Not all of those are in parks and open space. There's also partially funding, there's positions partially funded through the Parks Fund in our business services team. But all said and told, this is our entire range of staff, from our field staff to our office staff, and including our portions of our facilities and administrative team.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have one question there too, from looking through the budget and the presentation earlier. Nordic, are we compensated back from the county open space fund on that? Because I thought the county open space fund took over the trail maintenance and everything like that a number of years ago.
Yes, so the Nordic expenditures are offset by the county mill levy. So we bill them each year. That's shown in the revenue slide.
Okay, I just was looking at the pie chart, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
John, how many K of Nordic trails do we have?
Let's see, 90 miles times 0.6 is what?
54?
Something like
90
that.
kilometers, about 60 miles.
Very good. The fifth mountain.
Yeah.
No, I fully appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that was what was going on.
Did you have something else?
No, we can keep moving. We all know that the Parks Fund is funded by 2 sales tax, the 1 cent and the half cent. The half cent's up for reauthorization this fall under Resolution 2B, or Question 2B. Those contribute 93% of our revenue. Our other revenue sources, as Rachel mentioned, include the offsetting revenue from the county for the Nordic program, We receive around $400,000 in tree mitigation funds each year for tree removal and similar offsetting revenue. And then we also have incidental, smaller revenue. Do you want to touch on any of that?
We're good.
Okay. Let's move on. Okay, so in terms of our expenditures, about 42% of our budget goes each year into this broad category of parks maintenance and parks management. There's elements within parks management that cover a variety of things, such as the trash hauling for our 250 trash cans. Those trash cans exist on trails and open space. And so when you see trails management, forestry, and open space and natural areas, just know that some of the expenditures needed to support those programs are kind of lumped into the parks management line. On this slide, I also wanted to highlight that in 2023, we have the largest capital plan that I've had yet to date within the Parks Fund. It's fairly aggressive, and that's partly because we're undertaking two really significant projects that I'm going to be diving into here. I also wanted to draw a little bit of attention to the ending fund balance, and you'll note that it does start creeping up there pretty high towards the end of this 5-year plan. That's in part due to us taking a pretty conservative approach to our capital planning, because we want to be optimistic, but we don't want to fully assume that the half cent will be reauthorized. If the half cent were reauthorized, there's a number of larger capital projects that we would anticipate moving up and kind of managing that ending fund balance a little bit more actively. The fund balance does show a reauthorization of the half cent. So there's a little bit of a delta between what we programmed in our capital plan and what is shown as revenue in.
So should the question fail, on November 8th, we would come back and maybe readjust the long-term budget, if not what we actually go forward with in 2023. Is that accurate?
Correct. If the
Question failed.
renewal fails, we would certainly come back in many discussions, but we would have to really look at what we're able to do in the long-range plan, not just within the next 5 years, but 10 years out for sure. Specifically around facilities maintenance and other things like that that are fairly large ticket items.
Thank you.
We do have one supplemental request. It's a $0 supplemental request. We're asking for the authority to shift a portion of our seasonal labor funding, not all of it, but a fairly large portion of our seasonal labor funding from seasonal to permanent. And this is a result of the last couple of years. We've had tremendous challenges hiring to the numbers that we need to maintain our parks to the standards we like. Our labor analysis dove into specifics about what each park requires. And this graphic on the right here is a snippet of a broader graphic for all of our parks, but this highlights the number of hours per park to maintain to standard. So for example, the big number, Rio Grande Park and John Denver Sanctuary, that requires over 3,000 labor hours a year to maintain that space. We can't do that if we can't hire seasonals. With housing as a challenge, amongst other things, and competitive external markets, we're proposing that 6 full-time employees supplant a number of seasonal employees. Real key to this is that it reduces volatility. We have a pretty committed crew right now of seasonals that have been with us for a long time. Hopefully we're able to bring some of those on full-time. So this supplemental reduces volatility, bolsters our team. These are all entry-level, strictly maintenance positions to maintain our spaces. One benefit of this is in the winter we run a very thin crew because typically our seasonals are gone. And we really are on the limits of what we should be doing in terms of snow removal in the core and out on our trail system. And this is an important augmentation for winter as much as it is for summer. Any questions on this before I move on?
I just have a real quick question about, do you have the acreage of Wagner Park and Rio Grande Park just off the top of your head?
Wagner Park, I want to say, is about 90,000 square feet. So I don't know the acreage off the top of my head.
Just curious.
Smarter people? 2.3 acres.
That's Rio Grande.
Wagner or Rio Grande?
That explains.
Okay, so on the record, 2.3 acres approximately for Wagner Park, 5.8 thereabouts somewhere for Rio Grande and John Denver Sanctuary.
That explains the
Hour difference.
hour difference, yes. Thanks.
This is great accounting, and Rio Grande and John Denver Sanctuary are pristine. It's a real jewel of our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I want to thank you as well. I think I've asked for this sort of look to say, are we overdoing it or underdoing it, or what it takes since the half penny was first passed back in 2003 and with Helen Klanderud as mayor. So I'm really glad to see that, and I think it really helps the public understand as well. And you know, it's a good roadmap to have for, as you say, for your future crews and efforts. So thank you for it. It's great.
All right, so jumping now into capital projects. Again, feel free to stop me at any point. I'll try to move through these pretty quickly. I wanted to just touch on real quickly how we have developed our capital plan. We start meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board in February. We have several meetings with them. They're integral to the definition and the timing for a number of our projects. Within those discussions, we look at things like staff capacity, how many complex projects can we take on at one time. We look at impacts to the community, and we try to anticipate and plan for unforeseen priorities, things like the Moore Ranch acquisition that we just partnered with the county on, or other priorities like having to move up the Maroon Creek multi-use trail because of the campus interactions that exist. We take all of these values into play as we develop our long-range plan. I also wanted to touch real quickly on how this breaks out. So over the next 5 years, the majority of our capital projects exist within our parks assets. Second to that is improvements within our trails program. I did want to highlight that the community aligns most closely with the trails that we actually have. And when we polled for the renewal of the half cent, people really love our trail system and are passionate about it. It's the highest and most appreciated asset that we have. And then finally, rounding out the 5-year distribution of capital projects is Cozy Point Ranch. Cozy Point Ranch has been in our ownership for decades. Over the last 25 years, we've taken a very conservative approach on improvements there and expenditures, and it's time for us to make some really critical safety and public-facing improvements that we think are going to help bring that space to a good and sustainable facility that meets the needs of the people that visit there and use that space for summer camps, for the farm collaboratives programs, and as well as the equestrian operations.
Matt, I look at over $6 million for Cozy Point. That's a huge capital improvements. I looked a few pages back. We get $1,600 a year revenue from Cozy Point. $1,600. Over $6 million a year, or $6 million in capital projects. How many people benefit from that? How many people actually use, how many Aspen residents actually use Cozy Point? And I just need to have some kind of justification to spend $6 million at Cozy Point? Because it doesn't seem like there's a tremendous amount of public usage.
Understand, and I think that's something we recognize. The majority, so there's a variety of uses at Cozy Point Ranch. There's the equestrian operation, there's the farm collaborative, as well as the archery range. So I want to kind of break that down a little bit because I think that's an important distinction. In terms of the equestrian operation and the boarding facility, the majority of the boarders are Aspen residents. I think that's really important to point out first and foremost. These are members of our community. They are people who appreciate equestrian as a hobby, as a sport, and they're not the uber wealthy who can afford their own riding arena and boarding facilities on their own property. So this is where people like my kids would go to experience that as a recreational amenity, as part of our traditional historic agricultural landscape. In addition to that, we have the Farm Collaborative, which is one of the primary childcare summer camp resources for our community in the Upper Valley. It's visited by thousands of kids each year, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, and Ed, and I'm sure can really provide his impact statements, but that Cozy Point Ranch and many of the improvements that are called out within this $6 million directly benefit those users, children in equestrian summer camp programs and in Ed's Farm Collaborative summer camp programs. When we went through the management plan process at Cozy Point Ranch with council, we really called out that the values of Cozy Point Ranch are not strictly in its visitation, but in preserving the agricultural and the rural qualities in this valley, in the Upper Valley. And it's the last bastion of open working ranches. And while I think a lot of people don't visit it, compared to, say, John Denver Sanctuary, those values that I think were key to the management plan continue now. I don't want to go too deep into Cozy Point. I want to answer questions, but I want to call out that this $6 million is very focused in the next 3 to 5 years. After that, I don't see a long-term expenditure of this magnitude for many, many years. We're really teeing ourselves up to be set up for the next 20 years. And as I mentioned, a lot of this is a result of us taking a very conservative approach to the buildings that we own out there.
Yeah, I think additional information that maybe justifies or gives credibility to this request is that conservative approach. So over the decades that we've been at Cozy Point, we have not invested this money. This money has accrued to this point because the capital needs out there are now. But you know, you could spread this across the years that have gone by, not just the years that are coming up. And it's probably anyway, it would make it an annual allotment, I guess, is what I'm saying, would show it to be a lot less than the sticker shock of $6 million.
Yeah. So if it'd been an extra $300,000 a year, if it had been an extra $300,000 a year allocated into it over the past 20 years, it would be the same $6 million, and maybe not, maybe benefited sooner. So I see what you're saying, Tori.
Skippy, I got a hand up from you.
Yeah, first, can you hear me clearly? Sarah texted me last time to say that you guys couldn't.
It's difficult.
Huh.
Speak
okay.
slowly and use few words.
What's that?
Speak slowly and use few words.
Okay. To respond to Ward's question, Ward, I have also questioned the total dollar amount for equestrian, which I think serves an important but small group but in terms of overall net benefit, as was mentioned, Farm Collaborative, thousands of kids, but that's not just running around summer camp childcare. That's training in ecology, in agriculture, in sustainability. You know, I've often wondered why we don't fund them more, because I think long-term, 100-year horizon, the inspiration happening for our kids to save our planet out there might be one of the biggest environmental programs we have. So I'm very happy to fund it.
Thanks, Gibby.
Yeah, I think most of, when I first got on council, I had a tour out there, and I know the drainage in the equestrian area and the roof repairs have been a long-standing need there. It just jumped out at me, the $6 million for trails versus $6 million for Cozy Point, and I'm fully appreciative of what is going on in the Farm Collaborative, and but I don't see a lot of this $6 million going to that program.
Yeah, agreed.
You know, I will support the budget request. I think it is an important asset that we have purchased, and you can't allow them to deteriorate too far. It does see a great deal of public usage in specific categories. The one thing I have said before is I really would love to see some sort of fundraising involvement by the greater equestrian community. You know, you've talked about spreading this over multiple years. It says in the budget it's between 23 and 24. But, you know, I just know there's a very active Roaring Fork Horse Council that seems to weigh in on every parking lot and trail that the county ever considers. They're constantly talking about how to make the valley friendly for horses and trails friendly for horses and the ridership. And it just seems like some of those folks should want to try to get involved with this. It has long felt a little bit more like a Colorado Extension Office type of facility that a county would have, like a county fairground and the county equestrian center. And here we are, the city, doing it outside of city limits. So I'm happy to support it, but I really think it's something that there should be a greater partnership over that type of facility going forward, because it is, you know, we were having discussions not long ago about, say, bringing back the summer sailing program. And you start saying, well, how much is it per kid, per sailing experience in the sailing camp? And this starts to become, well, how much is it per equestrian rider? And it would just make a lot of difference, I think, if you can turn around and say it's a partnership. Whether it was the acquisition of Sky Mountain Park was a partnership. Work we've done with the Moore property was a partnership. And this is, it is more of a rural activity than an urban activity. We're the urban municipal center. The county is the rural area. I just can't help but feel there should be a greater partnership in this equestrian access. Thank you.
Thanks.
John?
Yeah, I totally agree with Rachel's remarks. When we did the tour out there, the drainage issues have been taken care of for the most part, and everything looks good. But yeah, I was struck by the price tag too. Thanks for your explanation that it's not just for equestrian enthusiasts, but also for Ed and Barty's program. At this point, it's less about who the users are than just making sure our asset stays an asset. So I support this.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll share the comments that I was speaking to Sarah about today. I really hope that through this, we get more engagement out at Cozy Point. So I'm not exactly sure what that looks like. I'll give you an example of what I saw, though, is the riding arena. There wasn't even a place to sit. I think there was a folding chair, maybe, but you know, and if we're doing large projects like this, that I really hope that we're reinvigorating Cozy Point a little bit. I think it's an extremely special place. I love the work that goes on there, both on the agriculture as well as the equestrian. And I would just look for this to be an opportunity to engage more people through that facility. So whether that looks like, having, like I said, just even seating for 10 people to watch their kids or loved ones riding in the rink or the like. I think it's a great place. And when we did our tour, it just had a feeling it needed to be freshened up, not just because the facilities themselves don't function as well as they could, but just overall more appeal. I've been asking for 10 or 15 years about better signage, to really tout what Cozy Point is and the great collaboration that it is out there and what it offers. And I think it's fantastic. I share the same sentiments that the $6 million price tag is a sticker shock, but again, I understand that our approach on this has really led up to this point. So, I trust in what you guys bring to the table in this. You would not do this if you did not think it was an appropriate usage of our resources. And you obviously have a capital plan going forward. So I trust that you have evaluated this against your criteria, and this is where it lands, and this is the opportune time to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the feedback.
Are you going to go through the individual projects?
I just wanted to specifically call out changes from what you've seen in past LRPs out of the gate. We'll touch on a few of these later, but a new project's coming up in partnership with Pitkin County for a wildlife corridor feasibility study. We all know that there's a number of wildlife kills in that vicinity. We're uniquely positioned in owning property on both sides of the road with Aspen, Mass, just across from Cozy Point. We're going to dive into an analysis in partnership with the county. Park site furniture, this is all of the furniture in the mall. It's actively failing. It's in time for replacement. That's a new project you haven't seen in years past. We'll need new asphalt in the near future out at the recycle center, or at least an overlay to keep that asset functioning, as well as a couple improvements here at Cozy Point that I'll dive into in greater detail here.
Let me make one comment before we move on. It was when we were first doing a recycling center, a development got credit for their air quality mitigation by being able to put the recycled asphalt down there to begin with. And it just has struck me that that's weird. You could get credit for something that doesn't last, And so I just want to make sure we don't accept any more little mitigations like that, we have to then maintain and we have to redo because they weren't substantial. And it was quite a while ago, well before your time, but I'm like, I don't know that it was the right mitigation for a council to accept. Thank you.
All right, so I want to start with, I'm going to start with our biggest and most impactful projects. I also think these are the most exciting and going to be the biggest wins within the community. Starting off with the Maroon Creek Road Trail, we're starting to refer to this as the Maroon Bells Trail, partly because we get so many visitors leaving Aspen heading to the Bells, and this is going to be an integral connection for those visitors. This is a hard surface year-round trail connection that connects between the roundabout to the Arc and connecting ultimately to the Aspen Highlands Trail. This is the largest and most complex new trail project we've undertaken in well over a decade, and it's really excited and hopeful and optimistic that this is something we're going to be able to open next fall. It is important to highlight that this does improve the connectivity of these two trails by avoiding the interaction with the community campus, and there's inherent safety benefits there as well.
Matt, are we getting any funding from the school district to contribute to this?
No funding at this point, but we are getting some funding from Pitkin County, and we've applied to a Colorado Parks and Wildlife grant for this trail.
There always used to be a Safe Pathways to School fund that CDOT had. I don't know if that's still
We
active.
haven't applied to the Safe Routes to School grant on this yet. We just got the CPW grant in about 2 weeks ago. We'll actively seek more grants now that we've prepared the first one. Second,
yeah.
others should be a
Okay.
lighter lift. John Spees, our Open Space and Natural Resource Manager, who was here, spent a ton of time on that grant application. So we're crossing our fingers.
Okay, very good, thank you.
The next project is the Island Tennis and Pickleball Facility improvements. I think we've talked about this a couple times with you all. We are under contract with a great contractor or great design and engineering group that are working through the plans for this as we speak. The improvements next year are slated at about $2.8 million. This does include what we're thinking is going to be a prefab bathroom and the utilities associated with that. Let's see, was there anything else I wanted to touch on this one? Oh, we did hear from council in our last discussions about looking at feasibility for a bubble or a cover. We are planning to ask our consultant to dive into that just a little bit and provide alternatives or concepts that we might consider or things we want to look at that might be incorporated at this phase of the project for a future phase if that does come up.
I thought the request to look at a bubble was not about pickleball courts, but it was about the tennis courts at Truscott.
I recall the conversation occurring while we were talking about this. I think both are feasible sites, but at least at this level of the discussion with a consultant on board, we said, why not ask them, is there anything we can do here? Maybe it's not a bubble. Maybe there's other structures that can be contemplated that we're not considering.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
It's a high-level kind of add to the project. Any questions on this? All right, so let's jump into a few of the projects at Cozy Point Ranch. The first one that we're highlighting is the grading work that I think John mentioned. We do need to wrap up phase 2. And so what you see here in this aerial image was phase 1. That is getting close to completion. Hopefully this weather clears, we get a little more working time before the year ends. But heading into next year, we need to do the work over in the paddocks. And this is really critical to improving the water quality in Brush Creek and ensuring that we're discharging as little of the ranch sediment into that creek. It's also safety improvements for the equestrian users and those folks on the property. We're looking to spend about $1 million next year in using a contractor to do the large-scale grading. Our team will work then to button everything up and put the finishing touches on that after the large grading is complete. Also at Cozy Point Ranch, after our site visit with you all in August, we bumped this up in the LRP. These are, this project is for the critical life safety improvements for the existing ranch worker housing. And so our plan here next year is to bring on an architect and land planner to work through what it looks like to replace the existing housing. Our scope of work does not include additional housing. This is for the 4 units that service, that serve as the living quarters for those ranch workers that live there full-time and take care of the agricultural operation.
So that's for 4 full-time employees?
They are more than 4 full-time employees of Cozy Point LLC. And so they are not city staff that live there. It is for the lessee's staff.
And we're looking at being the ones to replace the housing for them? The lessee is not going to,
The physical assets are city assets.
right.
So, go ahead.
And no, I'm just trying to understand, because as Ward had said earlier, the revenues that come back from the city assets seem to be extremely limited, but if 4 people are renting places based on a salary from running the ranch, that would seem like it would have more revenue from the rentals, or some revenue to help pay for the rebuild, if that's going to happen. I mean, do we have to lease it with housing as part of the lease?
We have a lease in place.
Right.
If we wanted to renegotiate the lease and change the terms of the lease, that would redefine how the housing and other assets within the ranch are leased. That would be a broader conversation.
Okay, but we're planning on replacing the housing for the lessor.
Correct, we're the lessor, and we were planning on replacing it, and should Cozy Point LLC go on, we'll continue to own and maintain that asset for whatever the new leasee is at that time. So one of the things I think I hear the council struggling with is this values conflict about, are we putting so much money into one parcel? And the reality is that when the community came back to the council that well, I shouldn't say predates all of you, some of you might have been at the table then, it was really about preserving this to function in a very historic, traditional manner. And there is a significant cost to that. Now, at the same time, you want lessees that provide certain services at a very affordable rates for your residents. And so the cost recovery is not perhaps as substantial as you might think in that formula to be able to make those additional contributions. Running an equestrian facility has a lot of capital involved that doesn't involve vertical structures. And those are things we don't pay for out of the Parks and Open Space Fund. So I understand and that hesitancy that comes with it. What we look at is this ranch, to be a working ranch, requires people to be on it 24/7. That's just a basis. Therefore, as our desire to have it as a working ranch requires us to provide housing that meets minimum standards to the lessee. Certainly, if council views it differently, no problem, we can open that up. I will tell you, the council that approved the leases had a philosophy that was the leaser's responsibility, and is the way we went into those negotiations with. These negotiations took us 3 years, I think, is that right, after the RFP? Yeah, 2.5 years. These were pretty intense negotiations to get to where we are today. So I do think that if we reopen them, we should expect other things to be requested by the leasees.
Okay, no, I appreciate all of that. I just, was kind of wondering, it seems like quite a package that some lessor is getting. But then the other question I was going to ask is just hearing from the parks having issues with staffing and seasonal work and things like that, is there an opportunity to have 6 units and not just 4, and have 2 available for Parks Department personnel as well, on the site?
The conservation easement does allow us to develop up to 9,000 additional square feet of residences there. At this time, because of our staff capacities, because of the complexity of everything else we're trying to do, we're not undertaking additional augmentation of housing at this time. I think in the future, should council give us direction to add housing for either Parks Fund or other funds, we're amenable to that. But at this point, we're focusing strictly on the life safety improvements needed with the existing ranch worker housing.
Okay, and the potential replacement location is master planning in such a way that will be preserved an opportunity and a space to be able to put additional units or to use the full 9,000 allotment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The quad that you see in this photo is the space generally available for housing, with the exception of existing structures or if we redevelop structures. So we have specific activity envelopes within the conservation easement, and we have to respect those. The quad that you see must be maximized. That's where you'll see housing.
Yeah, no, I just would hate to add 4 that are only, 3,000 square feet total, and then leave 6,000 square feet on.
We're going to try not to shoot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, I remember when we developed the master plan, it was a lengthy document, and I think that there were entitlements for additional workforce housing in the master plan. I remembered 9, I guess it's 9,000 square feet. I was thinking 9 housing units, but something with 9 in it.
Thank you.
You got it. Last one, well, second to last one at Cozy Point Ranch. As we've dived into these necessary improvements, it's abundantly clear that as a public amenity, we need to make improvements to our water and wastewater delivery. And this is critical to all of the camp users, to all of the residents. And so we're continuing to work on this. This is a very complex project with water rights, with feasibility, with engineering. I'm hopeful that we're going to get this pulled off in 2023, but it might extend into 2024. This is about the establishment of a potable water, public water system to deliver drinking water at that site. All right, so shifting gears off of Cozy Point Ranch for just a moment, but in line of this conversation around asset preservation and asset maintenance is the Lewis Ice Arena roof construction. There are a significant number of leaks on that roof, which not only present challenges in maintenance, but present challenges to maintaining that as a safe ice structure. The goal here is to build a new roof on top of the existing roof so that we're not impacting operations. We don't need to pull the ice sheet off, hopefully. And that by making this improvement to the roof, we reduce our facility closures that revolve around maintenance of this deficiency and hopefully reduce the capital maintenance expenses that we've faced here.
Council, one other reason why we chose this option as well to recommend to you is that we think there's an opportunity to improve some of the R value in that space as well. You know, it's not too much an issue in the winter, but during the summer, trying to maintain ice.
Mayor, excuse me, I want to go back a few slides. I think that the pickleball courts required closure for 20 weeks. Are the pickleball users well aware of that?
At our last open house, we did let them know very clearly that the entire summer will be lost. And it's really a limited construction window. It's a complex site to build on. And there's a very short window that we're actually able to apply epoxy at this elevation and climate. And those epoxy coats that go down for tennis and pickleball facilities, it's basically July and into August that we have. So yeah, unfortunately, we're going to lose one season of pickleball.
Yeah, I was just anticipating my inbox.
My apologies.
Nothing worse than an angry pickleballer.
Build us new facilities.
John?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask this question before Ward did. This new roof over the ice arena, is it a cold roof?
I think essentially it will be. Yeah, Scott, do you want to mention anything?
It's not important.
You just wanted to get the pun in
I
there,
just
right?
wanted to beat him to the pun.
I'll identify
Cold
myself
roofs
this
do
time.
have advantages,
Scott
though.
Chisholm, Director of Business Services. So the answer is yes. It's, like Matt suggested before, it'll be an independent roof above the current roof. It's currently, we have a design consultant on board now. They've initiated their work just barely. And so it's our anticipation to have this project ready to go by the early part of 2023.
Cool.
Cool.
But it is not appropriate for solar? Did we
I
investigate
believe
for-
that the analysis that we had for core may have included solar, but I think we'll have to look at that. We have an analysis that was performed about 5 years ago that incorporated the majority of our facilities and the feasibility of solar on those. I just can't recall off the top of my head the scope and scale of solar here.
We can look at it and come back to you. The other thing is that as we're doing the design work, I know it's not in the scope right now. So the materials we're looking at to ensure that we don't have to deal with this again are much more long-term. So I'd want to think twice about poking holes in it without very detailed advice for mounting panel systems.
It also is west-facing. It holds snow and then sheds snow, and some of those may present challenges to a solar array on that roof because of the aspect and the angle of the roof.
That's right.
So we'll look into it. We can't promise you that it's a good site. We just don't know enough right now.
Yeah, and I really don't know. I'm not even really thinking specifically about the layout of the roof and the aspect of it. I was just, it's a large roof, that's all. So
Got it.
I don't know if it's feasible there or not. John?
And I'm assuming the Lewis Ice Arena will be going through the Building IQ program at some point.
I think.
Yeah, well, the entire facility will, not just the ice arena, but we
Okay.
will take a look at the entire building, including our subleases space.
I'm sure this will help.
Skippy?
Yes, thank you. Just FYI, I'm going to have to jump off. I've been waiting outside of security at the airport, but I got to go in to catch the flight now. So I'll be leaving for the rest. Thank you guys for everything. Just to add a brief note for you guys to chew on for parks. I fully support everything going forward at Cozy Point. Rachel, I really liked what you said about getting more financial participation from the equestrian community. On the other side of that, I think a lot of us have heard of some of the challenges that Ed and crew have had around their redevelopment, where funds committed and then construction inflation, and will they be able to do it or not, and really wanting to see that project go through. So if there's a need and or opportunities for us to participate in a small way to get their fundraising up if needed, I just want us to be able to look at that whole parcel holistically and see all the work through in a way that feels balanced. So I just want to open that door. And then the last thing I just wanted to comment on, as far as harebrained ideas around housing, one of the ones that's always come up and seemed most potentially fruitful for me is around the ice garden. Either housing on the roof or housing below with a new ice garden above, or as a potential to the expansion of the Arc. And I don't know where the Spark 2 project is, but the second rink out there and then converting that in-town spot to housing. Just the location and the size and the fact that it's only one level right now have always seemed like interesting possible opportunities. Those are way bigger project, different scope, different funds than what we're talking about. But I imagine that a large capital expense to replace a roof renders those things much less likely. And so I would like for us to at least, if we haven't already, give some consideration to those future plans as we do this. And with that, I will leave you guys for a plane, and I'll see you by Zoom tomorrow night and back in person later in the week.
Thank you, Skippy. Have good travels. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
John, did you have a follow-up here?
I did not.
All right, while we're on the topic of roofs, back to Cozy Point Ranch. Our analysis as a result of looking at putting solar on the roof has determined that the Cozy Point Ranch structure, which was originally developed long before it was a city asset, is actually deficient and does not meet the requirements for snow loading. So in this case, what originally started off as a painting project is now looking at a potential re-roofing or restructural change to the project of the riding arena. Now, we discussed this in August. Our hope here is to determine whether or not we can augment the structure or whether we need to replace the structure. And at that time, this is an example where we have a good analysis of how much solar can be added to the project. I believe solar adds about 500,000, and so in subsequent years, I suspect we'll come back to you to discuss whether or not that's something we should consider for an additional change.
I would be very interested in that, and when you come back, I'd like to know what sort of transmission capacity, how would it hook into the system? Would it just be powering things on the Cozy Point property, or is there a possibility that it would feed the bigger system? So working with Tyler on that. I mean, I know it's Holy Cross, but it just that he would maybe know some of the ins and outs of doing that.
Sure.
I thought that was Holy Cross.
It is Holy Cross, but again, Tyler would be our best person to negotiate with them and discuss it.
I think we discussed that they're bringing
Nothing. Nothing, thank you.
Our next project is the site improvements for our offices at the Parks campus. The original building that you see in this photo is about 25 years old now. It was constructed when the Parks Department was much smaller, and it does not meet the current scale of our operations and the requirements for our team. We're out to bid right now for an architect and engineer to look at ways for us to creatively adapt some of our existing footprints at the site to bolster our office space availability. This does address some non-conforming spaces that we have in what we call lower parks, which is the oldest part of our facility, and hopefully we're able to bring our entire team together from parks into one cohesive space.
Can you build housing there?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, back in the day,
Yes.
yeah.
So this is really part one of a project that we have out in the 5 to 10 year range. The second part of the campus project involves, as a little spoiler alert, involves redevelopment of the oldest parts of our facility to incorporate seasonal housing that I touched on earlier on in our labor analysis discussion, and really trying to make our space as efficient as possible. What this does is it takes all of the staff that are currently have their offices down there, which there's about 10, and it brings them all up into one space so that we can then address that later on. That's a project you'll see coming up in the long-range plan, probably start showing up in 27 if we get a reauthorization.
I recall when this little facility was approved, and it was actually quite controversial with a lot of the neighbors on Cemetery Lane about whether it was going to ruin the aesthetics of the golf course or the neighborhood. So I think a great deal of outreach and sensitivity is going to be necessary to really expand that.
Thank you.
And it's bittersweet because this is such a lovely little haven that you have out there. Maybe overly cozy for you, but it still is your own little world.
Yeah, it's nice.
Our hope is that this project maintains that aesthetic. Our hope is that structures get added on top of those and continue to be well shielded. When we tell people our address, most people don't know where it is.
Yeah.
It's pretty well shielded, so we're hoping to maintain that.
Good.
I think of you every time I make a lap at the golf course.
Come in and say hi. All right, this one's pretty self-explanatory. This is a multi-year project. Our in-house irrigation teams are making these improvements incrementally. We just have completed the first year of improvements, and things are going well. We have 2 more years ahead to replace all of the irrigation controllers. This is a really big project and rather complex with the scope and scale of all of our different irrigation systems, but I'm proud to say our in-house teams are doing a great job at this. This is a pretty important little improvement project. This is the trail interface between Truscott and the golf course, and the Truscott underpass and 2 bus stops. When this was originally built, it was built with a gas-fired snowmelt system that has proven to be rather problematic and has actually been in a failing state for many years. This project is looking to make improvements to that snowmelt system. We're looking to determine whether there's energy efficiencies that we can use. Can we use electric? Can we reduce the scope and scale of the snowmelt by improving sun angles and sight lines for a few specific areas? And so a rather kind of nuts and bolts project, but we're hoping that we can tie this into some greenhouse gas reduction and try to look if we can get off gas. So stay tuned on that.
Just out of curiosity, it seems to me like the underpass is really part of the state highway to allow safe pedestrian crossage as opposed to a stoplight or something. Have we approached CDOT at all about contributing to maintenance of the facilities that they built 20 years ago?
So great question.
Thank you.
generally, all of the trails, whether they're on CDOT right-of-way or not, whether they were built by CDOT projects or not, are our asset. And so, for example,
Even the tunnel under their road?
even the tunnel, even the section of trail on the CDOT bridge is our responsibility. And so, I don't know if you recall, this summer we did an epoxy overlay over the Maroon Creek or the ABC Trail on the Maroon Creek Bridge. That was our project, solely funded by us, done under approval by CDOT.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Our fleet, you see this every year. Just want to highlight that we really try to balance the longest lifespan possible for our various vehicles and implements, and recognizing we only have one mechanic to maintain the largest fleet in the city. And so we really try to replace things at the right interval so that we're not creating too much work, but stretching out the life cycle of those assets. In 2023, we're looking to spend about $325,000 on vehicles and equipment replacements. We've also added a line item for Cozy Point tractors. Again, we have deferred all improvements at Cozy Point for all of these years. The tractors that operate at Cozy Point Ranch, we either acquired when we got the ranch or have been hand-me-downs from the Parks Department. Our tractors have a 15-year lifespan, so that means the newest tractor at Cozy Point Ranch is around 18 years old. When you're in the midst of a haying season, downtime is not something that we would benefit from. And so we are looking forward to replacing one tractor as well as a number of haying-specific implements that will help that ranch function. I briefly touched on this. We are replacing all of the furniture on the pedestrian mall. We've gotten about 10 years, I think, out of the existing furniture through creative welding and repair. It's time for us to replace that. We're also replacing the urns. The bottoms of those are all failing from moving them off and on the mall. The project currently does not include safety improvements, although we're going to look for opportunities that some of these urns might be crash rated. And secondarily, we're looking to address pedestrian safety on the malls in a separate project in future years. The first section of this slide shows just a few of the smaller capital projects that will occur next year. That includes an overlay to Juniper Hill Road as we wrap up our work there. The Wildlife Corridor feasibility study, which I've touched on, and our ongoing replacement and refurbishment of recycling and trash cans in the commercial core. And finally, we have a number of capital maintenance projects. Year in, year out, we do things such as replace concrete and overlay asphalt trails. We've got some work lined out in 2023 for skateboard park improvements, as well as various maintenance tasks across our open spaces, tennis facilities, and trail assets. I do want to point out here that 40028, the Wagner Park repair and restoration, we're optimistic that we're going to be able to keep the turf in place. So there's a good chance this will be the last year that you see this. This is just a placeholder in case that we see significant degradation following Food and Wine. But our plan is not to replace the turf following Food and Wine.
On the potential wildlife corridor feasibility study, is that being done in conjunction with Colorado Parks and Wildlife?
I don't know if I'd say in conjunction, but I would say in collaboration with.
Okay.
We are paying for the feasibility study, but we're learning about this as we go. The interplay between CDOT, CPW, and the landowners all is in concert.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering because I can see need, but for me, when I've run into wildlife on there, it's another mile down the road closer to the landfill. And, I just kind of wonder about how do you really get them to use the corridor should it come to pass, and is that the most important place to put it? And
Signage.
Yeah. That's what they put those railings up for, so that they can, grab the railing and cross over. But, that's the type of thing that I want the expertise of the people who deal with severe winter range and not winter range and the migration and the calving migration and things like that, as opposed to, well, we have land here and we have land there, so let's make the corridor where we own both sides of the road, and I just don't, I just want to make sure that that's really being done with the wildlife experts as opposed to what resources we have to try to make something happen.
That's exactly the reason why we put this project in. If it is feasible, it may not be at Cozy Point and Aspen Ranch area.
Right.
And whether or not we're a partner in that study at that point, it will be for future discussion.
Is the county a partner in that?
The county is a partner in the County Open Space and Trails Program, is a partner at this level.
Very good.
The first step is this feasibility study.
Thank you.
I will say today, about 11 o'clock when I drove by there was over 100 head of elk hanging out there. The weather
They're trying
has
to get over to
really-
Tom Moore's property.
Yeah, well, actually, there's a lot of truth to what you're saying.
Yeah.
The weather has pushed them down significantly in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And that's exactly it. And we should highlight that is this whole corridor is comprised of really critical open spaces that have been acquired strategically over the last 2 decades.
Yeah.
Tommy Moore's property, the acquisitions of Aspen, Mass, and the Mills property.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great concept. I just want to make sure, again, that
We're looking for the experts.
we're looking for where the animals will go.
So in closing, our Compass goals are to pursue resilient landscapes, preserve and maintain our resources, and really have an eye towards being progressive and forward-thinking in what we're doing. Our supplemental is shifting a portion of our seasonal labor funds to a permanent line item and hire 6 maintenance workers for our parks upkeep. And we have a big capital portfolio in 2023, and we're really looking forward to having an opportunity to open up a new trail, new tennis and pickleball facilities, make some key asset improvements and maintenance tasks in the next year or so. With that, any additional questions?
John?
I had 2. Do you have any idea how many miles of trails that we maintain?
I want to say it's in the order of 22 miles that are ours specifically, and then we have more in partnership. Does that sound about right? It keeps going up, yeah. We have hard surface trails, soft surface trails. Our trail network, there was a comment earlier, I think in Sarah's presentation, and maybe Rachel mentioned too, about being the urban center. Our trails tend to be really transit oriented. And so our hard surface trails, ABC Trail all the way out to the east of Aspen Trail are really kind of transit. And
All these figures and numbers, 30 parks, 90 miles of Nordic trails, 13,000 trees, 250 trash cans. These are important points to get across to the public when thinking about maintaining our open space and trails tax. So thanks. Oh, my other question was, I'm really excited about the Trans Shadow Mountain Trail and just wondering if that's coming.
Last year at this time, the land exchange for the Pride of Aspen and the conservation, or the conservation easement on the Pride of Aspen to the city went to the voters.
Right.
We're finalizing that and still working on that. But once that lands, that is one of the pieces that will be placed in the puzzle, and there's still just 1 or 2 more that we'll need to do to answer before that can come to fruition.
That wasn't the final piece.
No, there's 38 miles. It's 38 miles of trails. Thanks, Austin.
Thanks, Austin.
Apparently I'm back in 2020. 2010.
Other questions at this point?
No.
Because Skippy's not here, I will speak on his behalf, perhaps. It was about a year or two ago, I lose track. We were talking about art in our community, and in this area, Skippy mentioned something about the underpass. Do you remember that?
Yeah, people painting murals on underpasses or.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty common place for public art programs.
So I didn't know, I just wanted to make a quick mention of it. I don't know the details here or whether that is something that could be incorporated into this kind of project or if it's appropriate or anything. But I just wanted to make a mention because I recall that that was something that he was advocating for in some way.
Thank you, because that reminded me of one thing I wanted to put on your plate for in the future, not this budget, but I live over in the Hunter Creek, Lone Pine, Smuggler neighborhood, Centennial, very, very dense overall. And there was a vacant lot in the little subdivision in front of us. Fox Crossing, was it called, or something? And everybody used it as a dog park, just everybody. Hunter Creek, you're not even supposed to have a dog, but there's so many service dogs now and emotional dogs, and then people from Centennial coming down. Well, they've started building that lot, and it was fenced before. That's part of why it was used that way. And I really think that there is a need for some sort of dog park in that neighborhood or in that side of town, and to start thinking about that. But otherwise, we're just getting waste all over the sidewalks and near the buses, and people don't take their dogs far enough down to the Rio Grande. I mean, that gets to be a third of a mile or half mile just to walk down to the park. But
So there is an area, it might be the county, Williams Woods.
I don't know that they have a real, quote, dog park, but it's a lot of it's about access, it's how things are fenced off and,
Somebody brought that forward, though, at that Williams Woods right at the end of the Centennial,
Yeah.
but I don't know if that's city or county.
I don't know either, and it's just really something, I just have noticed it's a community need, and we know we don't want people taking their dogs for the dog walk in Heron Park or places where we have the kids playing all the time, but there's really just nothing for or place for people to walk and throw a ball with their dogs. And, Hunter Creek, I've seen them put up several different dog waste containers, and they try to get the people to walk up there and not do it all over the lawns, but it's just getting to be a mess, and I just see them from all the different complexes, and when you have that many people and that many dogs in a close area, it seems that we should try to look at something in the future. That's all.
Thank you.
This section right here.
Yeah, I don't know what it.
Other random comments, I just wanted to make a comment about the pedestrian mall furniture. I remember when we bought the metal chairs and tables years ago, it was, for some reason there was a lot of a lot of conversation around us doing it and whether it was who's going to take care of it or who gets to use it or what. I tell you though, wildly successful. I mean, people so appreciate having a place to sit down without having to go in somewhere, pay somebody, just public space to linger and relax is great. And I think that also goes for the Adirondack chairs that you started putting in the parks. And I think that just gives a great feel to downtown. So I hope you have a lot of fun in that, in the purchasing and, enjoy it, have fun with it.
No pressure, Mike. It's Mike's project.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, it's great. People love it. I like what you're doing with the flower planters and looking at those for possible safety applications, et cetera, et cetera. So enjoy.
Very good.
That's about it.
Thank you all.
Yeah, you have not much going on over there, huh? Sarah warned us about tonight. She said, I'm getting you guys dinner because Parks is coming to you. That took us to 7:35. Council members, this is normally the time that we would take a break.
We just have one item left, don't we? The debt service. and
Well,
public-
do you want to breeze through golf real quick, and that lets the staff all leave?
Yes,
Very
Yeah.
nice,
yes. Thank you.
Let them play through.
Drive through the park, drive through the golf course.
We're going to let him play through.
Oh, not as, yeah, that was good.
And Mayor and Council, Austin Weiss, Parks and Rec Director. I just wanted to take a quick moment here to introduce you to our new golf manager, Jim Pratt. And Jim's been with the operation for many years, and we have, the operation, the golf course is in good hands with Jim here. So with that, I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks, Austin. Really appreciate that. Tori, can I please request Eye of the Tiger for my song?
Yes.
Okay. You just as long as it's on the record. You don't have to play it. We can breeze through golf.
What song is it?
Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger. Tiger Woods.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you. You
Connected
needed to
it.
make that association for me. I didn't quite get it.
Council,
Called
thank you.
Norwegian Woods.
Council, thanks for seeing me tonight. My name is Jim Pratt. I am the newly appointed golf manager for the Aspen Golf Club. Before I dive into the compass plan and everything, I just kind of wanted to give you the motive behind this presentation. Partnerships at preserving our history and planning for the future. You'll hear me talk a lot about partnerships within golf, parks, and other departments. We really work with each other to accomplish everything that we do out there. And the golf course has been out there. It was established in 1961, and I just had a couple notes to kind of give you a perspective of how long that has been. So the golf course opened 3 years after Highlands of Buttermilk opened. It opened up 6 years before Snowmass Ski Area opened. It opened 16 years before the town of Snowmass was incorporated, and 2 years before all the streets in Aspen were paved. So just to kind of throw you an idea of how long the golf course has been there. Our compass wins. The 3 wins that we have this year, the upgraded golf Nordic lockers. Again, we're a multi-use facility. We're not just a golf course. We have a great Nordic facility in the wintertime. We upgraded all of the lockers, which are now waterproof, and they accommodate Nordic skiers as well. With this project, we were also able to add more lockers to the locker rooms. The other one here is our simulator. We've had the golf simulator now for roughly 8 to 10 years. The golf simulator has moved around a little bit, but the last few years we've been able to utilize it for competitive golf leagues, and we've also been able to have it for the girls golf team, and I'm actually proud to announce that we're hosting girls state championship this May as well.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
we just had a conversation with Chassa, so I'm excited about that one. So the girls better
great.
get down there and practice this winter.
That's great.
And then the third one is our improved golf pass structure and sales implementation. I'm sure you've all heard a lot about the golf passes and everything. This last year was the first time we had to put the golf caps on the passes and how we did the registration for them. We sold them first and foremost to our primary residents. I think for it being our first year, we did a great job implementing it. And again, that was a group effort between our business services group, our recreation department as a whole. So I'm really proud of that accomplishment. Our compass highlights. The first one is maintaining our stewardship on financial standards. Our motto at the golf course is affordability and accessibility, so we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we retain that for our community. So we do a fee analysis just to make sure that we are charging appropriately for both our all of our fees, whether it's a daily fee, pass, or rental equipment. The other one is reevaluating our expenditures. I am new to this role, so we're definitely taking a deeper dive into our expenditures. I just want to make sure everything is allocated the way that I would like to see it be. And then the other one is our workforce analysis. You'll see later on in this presentation, one of our supplemental requests is labor. It's a big one for us. I'm very proud of our staff. They're very diverse in what they're able to do, whether it's on or off the golf course. This next one is ensuring our facility and program safety. We have a lot of people coming through the golf course. We see roughly 30,000 rounds, which is a lot in comparison to some of the other facilities in the valley. We do our routine safety training for staff. All of our full-time employees are trained for CPR, defibrillators. With that being said, our facility resource evaluation, we have to make sure that the safety devices are where they should be and everyone knows where they're at, whether it's in the clubhouse, in the cart barn, and our maintenance facility, so that's a part of that. And then the golf course is part of an emergency action plan in case of something catastrophic within the city. Expanding our community engagement. I think we've done a great job with this, and I want to continue this. We've done a really good job of listening to our users. We have a very diverse group. We have our ladies club, our men's club, Aspen Junior Golf. We try to do the best that we can to make sure that everybody is seeing the things that they like and doing something new. So we're looking at a program. We right now have a customer survey out. We've already received almost 300 responses, and that'll close at the end of this month, so hopefully we'll have even more. We want to reach out to our community to know what they like to see, and what we can improve on. And then we're also evaluating the in-kind grants request. We just want to make sure that everybody and all the user groups have equal opportunity to access the golf course. This kind of shows you a breakdown of our golf structure. The golf course staff is actually comprised of around 50 employees. Of our full-time, it's just under 8. So like I said, you'll see that supplemental request coming down the road here for staff. That is because we are highly dependent on our seasonal staff. Golf revenues. Really proud that the golf course has exceeded our golf revenue budget the last 2 years. Right now, 2022 is looking at exceeding it by around $500,000. Most of that is through our golf pass sales, daily operations, and retail. Our changes for next year. Nobody likes change, but one of our other supplemental requests you'll see is in utility costs, and with that, we have to find ways to cover those expenditures. Next year, we're seeing that the average price increase on passes is 12%. That 12% is inflated primarily because of that first one you see on the list is the Platinum Pass. That's going up from $2,200 to $3,000. It's a 33% increase. Like we said earlier in this analysis, we did price comparisons. Our nearest competitor is River Valley Ranch, who's a municipal or a public golf course. The same pass is $3,700 in 2022. So we feel that that's still, for what you get with that pass, is still very fair. And the other passes are just going incrementally 5 to 6%. The other fees that we see going up are cart rentals, club rentals, range balls, daily fees. Those haven't increased in the last few years, so we're doing a little catch up on that. Expenditures, labor. Like I said, we have roughly 50 employees out there, and we only have 8 full-time. So we do rely heavily on that. So predominantly, most of our expenditures are in relation to labor. All good?
Council, on this one too, as you can see, we're maintaining a decent fund balance here. The rationale for that is there was a large capital project. And just as Jim's getting his feet underneath him, we wanted to get the operational side done before taking on a large capital. But we do anticipate when we get a little further that there's going to be some needs out on the course itself. So we have a plan. We're just not quite ready to know when to slot it in yet. Thank you.
Thank you. So here's the first supplemental request. This is an ongoing $150,000. Again, 90% of our staff is seasonal. And I was told this slide's a little busy, but I just kind of wanted to give a basic showing of some of the stuff that our staff is responsible for, whether it's maintaining the golf course, the junior golf area, the irrigation system, both in the parking lot, landscaping, tennis courts, all trash removal, janitorial services, winter golf simulator. The staff does a lot.
No. Yeah, I was just going to say, Ward's just asking me, but none of this was actually in our packet. I don't know why, but.
In spite of everything, the presentation was ready to go. It just somehow did not slot in there. And that's entirely on me, so.
Pictures, but I did go back and forth going, where is that? Where was that?
Yeah, your page 69 is different than my page 69.
Yeah, we did not have that.
That was entirely on.
But, and it doesn't have to be answered now, maybe it's a broader question for later, but there's been a lot of discussion about seasonal and temporary labor and the challenge hiring and filling those positions. I fully understand that. Are we paying seasonal and temporary workers the same if they're in parks or if they're in golf? Or whatever. I just kind of wondering what,
So
because Parks didn't ask for 150,000 more for their seasonal needs, and this group is, and I'm kind of wondering, are they paying the same rate for seasonal people?
So, no, because the jobs don't necessarily equate to, in terms of skills and expertise that they need to be equivalent.
Okay.
So when it comes to this is a very seasonal natured activity compared
Yes.
to the parks, which is why we're willing to commit to making some of those seasonal positions in park year-round and readjust those funds. What we have found here is that these are costs that have actually been happening, and we think what's been happening is perhaps that some of the individual line items have been off. And this is getting the cost of labor actually in the labor line item here for us, rather than starting to a death by 1,000 cuts, which we think was maybe perhaps
Spread out in
happening,
other places.
getting it into where it's supposed to be in as Jim is continuing to do his analysis of the department. So, and we do have staff, full-time staff besides Jim, who do golf. We've split them with hockey and ice in the winter so that those two complementary seasons, if you will,
Yeah.
can support both program areas, and that's been a successful model for us. I just think after going through this year and we're doing the fine-tooth comb on the financials here, the combination of the wage changes we've had to make in seasonal, just as we have with full-time, are included in this number, and it's also getting closer to truly reporting to you the cost of labor to operate the facility.
Because that was going to be my follow-up question of kind of like what percentage is this over last year's cost of labor, but if it's hard to really identify where that was mixed into the
Well, we know
budget.
where it was budgeted versus where it was spent, we absolutely can tell. Right? Our record keeping tells us that. What I can tell you is this gets us right on the back on course and where we should be. So this is, we had a lot of debate about this because this is a big request for the enterprise fund to make here, and we knew it would affect pass holders. But I do think this is a true reflection of what it takes to run it. Run the facility at the level of a service that has been described to us as expected from it. It's supposed to be a top-of-the-line golf facility, and that takes more labor.
Yeah. No, I can appreciate that.
Microphone.
Microphones, thank you. I can appreciate that. I just think that at some point, we need to be able to talk to the public about what is happening with labor for the services that they want. And instead of just saying, well, the city raised the prices 10% or 5%, it's like, well, the city had to keep this facility, and it's just not necessarily coming across. I just want, also to mention that if we go back in the history of the golf course, there was a time when the council had desired that the golf course would start repaying for some of the other benefits it received, like all the dirt from Burlingame that made all the nice hills there. And I can tell the budget's not going to be able to support that. I think there were other things that were potentially that were general fund support or broader open space support for the open space tax that helps pay for some of this, and yet this is an income-producing activity, whereas our trails aren't. They never pay us a penny back, and there had been some desire to see that this fund would be able to do some of that without always just subsidy. So it probably won't, but I just wanted to put that out there as a stakeholder for people, that there are kind of debts owed by the golf department back to the other community uses in a way. I can't remember if the Burlingame golf dirt hauling was 350, 500,000, something like that. That was something the golf course was going to buy dirt from somebody else to try to get the humps and the undulation. So I'll leave it there, but it was something that was always hoped for.
And council, every year the Parks Fund pays into the Golf Fund because of the Nordic system and the use of the parks asset for what would have otherwise been a dormant season. So it's a revenue source for this fund to help suppress some of those other costs pass holder costs. It still won't address what you're speaking of.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but it is a losing leader. It's one of those amenities we provide, even though it may seem expensive to the people buying the pass, they're still getting quite a bargain. And I think that that's the type of thing we need to let people know when their recreational activities in this town are subsidized. You know, the Wheeler Opera House got to a point of really putting it in the programs that this performance is subsidized by the Wheeler real estate transfer tax. And it would be nice for our golf pass holders to be able to acknowledge that their play, even at what seems like an expensive pass, is the subsidized benefit.
Understood. This next supplemental request is for the Pro Shop retail inventory, an ongoing $80,000. This, again, golf has seen a huge influx in the last several years, and like I was saying about our exceeding our revenue budget, we've exceeded our retail budget by 20 to 25% over the last 2 years. This just gives us a more opportunity to create more additional revenue, to provide more custom club fittings, and have a broader spectrum of items in the Pro Shop.
Who does this? Who does the buying?
It has been me over the last several years. Right now, Andrew Furman is our interim head professional, so we're kind of passing the torch on to him, and we're doing it together for this year. This next one is, this is essentially a pass-through. Didi Cusimano Golf Academy has been at the golf course now for 8 years. The last 2 years, she has exceeded our budget. Again, all of the money that goes through the instruction portion is revenue. The city retains 10% of all of the revenue from the instruction, and we just need more money so that way they can provide more lessons. This next one is our cart rentals. Currently, our cart storage is only capable of housing 60 golf carts, just because that is the capacity. We have seen a total influx in golf in the last several years, to where we've been forced to rent additional golf carts to make sure that we can allow the fact that to accommodate all of the users and all of our local charity events as well. So we're asking for an additional $29,000 to rent golf carts like we've done the previous 2 years. And again, we do charge a rental fee for this, so it's, again, money earned. And then the utility costs. Like you've seen in some of the other presentations, utility costs definitely have risen. We're seeing at the golf course, whether it's in electricity or fuel costs or fertilizer costs, that sort of thing. We are working on ways to try to reduce those costs. We have our brand new lithium fleet. Thank you for that. Right now, they're estimating at $9 per month per cart. We're also trying to make sure that all of the lighting in the clubhouse is LED. Right now, we have one electric greens mower, and we're looking to add another electric greens mower as well. We have one major capital project going on currently. This project has been put on hold for 2 years. This is the hole 417. It's $250,000. Realistically, what we're doing on this hole, this hole is in need of new tee boxes, which we're doing in-house through the Parks Department. Thank you to them for doing this. They were also able to help us out with a few others. But just another example of how we're able to work within the city to do things. If we were to contract this project out externally, this would probably be at least double the price that you see right there. So we're very fortunate to have the Parks Department help us with this project. We're doing this in phases. Right now, we're working on phase 1, which is basically just analyzing the trees, locations, and then in the spring, we're going to be building the tee boxes. This is kind of a summary of all the other capital projects we have. Most of these are just in relation to making sure that we're keeping pace with the maintenance of the buildings and the infrastructure that we have. Ditch maintenance, annual projects. And that's kind of a summary of what we've gone through. I know it's been a long evening, so do you guys have any questions for me?
you send us that section of the packet that wasn't included in the
Yeah,
packet?
absolutely.
Do you have any golf puns at all?
Hit me with them. He wants to.
Too many hours.
He wants
Too
to.
many hours.
And I can't.
I can't think of a hook to bring into this discussion.
It looks good
A hook's a good one right there.
You sliced it.
It was just sliced into the, John was a millisecond ahead of me on the slice.
I know, I do. I have a husband at home.
I just want to say real quickly, thanks to years of Steve Aiken's work out here at the golf course. He brought us a long way. And then over the last year and 2 years, as we have a new director and we're looking at things a little differently through different lenses, I think we are in great shape moving forward. I get a chance to play golf maybe 2 times, 3 times a summer perhaps. My experiences out there this year were great. From customer service in the shop to the course conditions themselves, it was just great. Thank you for your help in the benefit tournament for the Mayor's Cup, helping mental health. Thank you for your work on that as well.
Absolutely.
Do you oversee the restaurant operations as well?
I oversee their lease, yes.
Okay. When is their lease up for renewals?
I believe their lease is up for renewal October of '23.
Okay. As a greater conversation, I'm hopeful, Sarah, that as we move forward with leases that are in city buildings, that we will look for every opportunity for them to be performing in environmental best practices. And that's something that, the only thing I'd bring to the table is to say that, maybe we could do a little bit better there. The nature of what they do, a lot of to-go, but also the in-house makes it kind of difficult in the containers that they use and the like. But I think that, as we look to a new lease with them, that we should look for every opportunity we can to green their operations as much as possible.
Absolutely.
And we'll confirm, I believe we already did a renewal, so it actually is probably RFP next year. Does anyone know? Yeah, so we've already been through one renewal. It'll be a RFP process for that space.
Okay. Well, I'm supportive of the operator. I just wanted to see us moving forward with what we do and how we do it. And those lease agreements are our best opportunity.
I agree with you so much, Tori, and I appreciate you bringing that forward. But I also think that this is something that breaking down the silos between departments, working with Tessa, we've talked about a compass goal for next year is working with the state rules that allow us to eliminate all single-use plastics and styrofoam. And so this would just be one of many operators who we need to bring to the next level as those powers take place. Thank you.
I think that's a great goal.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. That brings us to 8 o'clock. We still have Public Education Fund, budget update, and debt service to go.
So I'd say we have 15 to 20 minutes of material left, whatever your pleasure is.
Council members, shall we keep going?
Let's plow through this.
Yeah, I'd say plow through, but I need to get home pretty soon and check in on Paul.
Okay, well then, let's keep going. Is that okay, Sarah? You can keep moving?
Yeah, this next one's really simple. Go ahead with it, Andrew.
Okay, I'm going to let Pete come on up here, but this is the public education fund budget. So this is a 0.3% sales tax. This is almost entirely a pass-through. We do increase the projection and the appropriation request by 20%, so that way if collections come in above where we anticipate them, then we at least have the capacity without having to come back to y'all to get an appropriations increase. Last couple of years, it's been a little bit more challenging, but otherwise, 98% of it is passed on. We take a 2% administrative fee, and that is that.
Rachel?
Yes, I support this fund. I support what we have here for the budget. Can I get a better mic? I would really like to have a little more thorough information about school finance as we go forward in the future. Particularly, are they asking the public for all the mill levies that they are allowed to under state law? And I know school finance is tricky and confusing and everything like that, but when I turn back to my public and say, this is why we have to do this, or this is why we should not do this, I want to know why. And, you know, some people have told me, oh, they could ask for more mill levies, they just don't want to have to ask for a property tax. It's so much easier to get a sales tax from Aspen. I don't know if that's true. You know, I don't know if they're at their limits. But I think that rather than this board or future council just looking at this without understanding the context is not really helpful to the public. And I don't know that the public appreciates the full contribution that the city makes to the school district. You know, and I think that that's a very important thing for the public to understand. This is how many millions of dollars each year? And, you know, it's also struck me as I've been looking at the STR issue and the questions of who's paying property taxes at a residential rate or at a commercial rate. I'm not so sure that all of Colorado's school finance problems wouldn't be fixed if things that are rented commercially in the resort towns in the state started paying commercial property tax. But our retailers, our restaurants, our office holders, those all pay commercial property taxes to support our school district, let alone commercial property taxes to support RAFTA or other facilities. But it's kind of like we're having to make it up with sales tax, their deficit. And I just think the greater context is definitely necessary for future councils to decide whether to renew this further or to work with and assist the schools in passing a mill levy, you know, some property taxes. Thank you. Okay, so we're good with that one? I'm not going to do anything with it.
I'll take it. Sure. I can take it. This last fund is the debt service fund. This is really a requirement under GASB, the accounting standards, to consolidate all debt that is not in an enterprise fund, which enterprise funds are things that operate like a business. So your utilities, your golf course, your parking fund. So this is really general fund debt, parks and open space, and anything else like that. To summarize, there's really three main categories, or two main categories, you could say, of the outstanding debt at this point. There's the two new facilities we built, which is the Aspen Police Department and this building. And then there's the outstanding debt that it was issued under the Parks and Recreation umbrella, basically, with their sales tax. So you can see they make up the large pie there on the left-hand side. We do have a little bit outstanding still for the Castle Creek Energy Center, but that is the only other main sliver. And what you'll notice that's missing is the ISIS debt we no longer have as of the closing on the 14th. So that is actually one of the changes we are working into the budget adjustments, because we didn't know that at the time we developed the budget. Any questions on outstanding debt?
Is there anything you think should be reissued at a lower interest rate?
We can't really do any refis on the two COPs at this time for this building and the APD. It's too early. And they were also acquired at really low rates. Plus, rates have gone up pretty significantly recently, so it's really not a good time.
So there's really nothing to do with these but make the payments.
Correct. So yeah, that environment has kind of started to shift away from the advantageous nature of refinance right at this point. The parks and open space debt is largely all going to expire by the end of 2025. I think there will only one more issuance that goes beyond 25, which is coinciding with the end of the half-cent tax for the time being. These slides are really just the detail of what's outstanding, and it just tells you what the payments will be in this upcoming calendar year, but it's really summarized by the pie charts quite nicely. Oh, and one last thing, which is not part of this slide per se, but internal borrowing, the interfund advances that we made between funds. I just wanted to reiterate with council, I did send an info-only memo a couple of months back that we are basically going to try to unwind all of those this year, basically. We don't need to do this interfund borrowing based on the health of some of our funds at this point. So the general fund will repay the Wheeler back its balance. The water fund and parks.
The water fund and golf.
Oh, water and golf, and then also water and the Wheeler, because there was a borrowing for the parcel down Valley. Those will all be unwound and basically clean up all the books and all the interfund borrowing, more or less.
Very nice.
Okay. Just do a real quick wrap up. We sent a memo out on Friday, or in the packet on Friday, that sort of summarized a number of these things. So we'll just go through them quickly, make sure that everything on there is stuff that you support, so that way we can get it worked into the resolution that we'll bring to you here next week or two. Y'all had asked us to give you a little bit more detail on the operating budget for City Hall. We got this from Rob and his team, and so it sort of lists out the budgetary items and how we had them budgeted in our initial projections, and then what the actual forecasts are going to be. And so you can see on a number of them, there's quite a significant mismatch between the budget and where we're forecasting based on actuals. The two items that are have little asterisks on them, those are sort of items that we do have some flexibility on. We can either, in terms of the frequency of cleaning services and security sweeps, and what types of activities that take place. Obviously, the less that you do, the less costs that you're going to have. But, you know, that would just be a decision point that we would have to make. Otherwise, that's the breakdown for what makes up a $199,000 request. Okay. Just to sort of give you a summary, the adjustments that we presented in the memo total about $766,000 increase above the budget that we presented initially. Of that, one-time requests will actually reduce the budget by $1.2 million. That is primarily a $2 million reduction for Burlingame 3 that you will see on the fall supplemental, so it doesn't go away, it just is a timing issue. And then there's about $2 million of ongoing requests. The net impact of this still means that the net appropriations for the fund or for the city still decreased by about 0.7% over last year's original adopted budget. We'll go through these quickly. Please ask any questions as we do. So we just discussed the Burlingame Ranch 3. We're going to reduce that capital budget by $2 million. The ISIS debt repayment we just discussed will be retired with the sale of that, with the completion of the sale. Early on, we did discuss a 3% cost of living adjustment. That would be a base adjustment that we would make to all full-time benefited positions. This is needed in order to help us maintain our market position as part of our total compensation philosophy as market leaders. And so the net impact to the city's funds would be 1.025, and there's a small amount that would go into APSHA funds as well that's not shown on this. The next set of items, the four here and then the next one after that, are primarily driven from our conversation with ComDev EH around increasing the spending that we're doing for climate action and greenhouse gas reduction work. So building IQ implementation services, this was not included in the budget, but we are proposing to put $400,000 into the RIMP fund budget, so it would take it from $800,000 up to $1.2 million. That $400,000 would go towards just the implementation of it. It would be a third-party vendor, most likely CoA, but just in order to utilize their services to maximize the impact of the dollars rather than trying to do it in-house. There is a $200,000 capital request for a cardboard compactor at the Rio Grande Recycling Center. The estimate is that we would get that ordered and installed sometime in June or July of next year if this goes through. This request is for $125,000 in ongoing operations. That's primarily for hauling services, and that would be for 6 months, and then the ongoing cost, full year cost, would be about $250,000 a year after that.
I have to say, this is the one item I really have a hard time approving in our budget. It's for a number of reasons. That's almost $3 million in 10 years. And waste haulers are required to pick up cardboard currently. I realize that some of our citizens don't put it out where they should, but they do where I live at Hunter Creek. We collect in every building has a larger enclosed bear-proof trash container, and they collect cardboard. And this is something that we do for the right environmental reasons, and it saves the life of the landfill. But at the same time, where is the landfill saying this is important to us? We want to get cardboard out of the waste stream. We'll help you pay for it. We'll help you haul it. We'll help you market it. It's kind of like we're doing it without the single most important piece, and that is, what is the landfill doing, and why can't they, or is this just not important enough to the life of the landfill for them to want to help fund it? So I really have a hard time with this, and it's just such an expense out of the general fund. I would be a little more inclined, honestly, to have a collection facility for plastic bags that are all over the place, which the county does not collect, and which you don't have to haul every week because they don't make as much mass. But if you let them pile up for too long, they're not recyclable because they decay. And that's part of why the county stopped collecting them. But I would rather collect plastic that is really going into the landfill every day and not being reused, the plastic bags. And I realize we use less in town, but people bring them back from Target and Walmart and all over the valley, wherever they go, and half the stores don't have to do that. So it's a painful thing, but I really I remember Wally's recycling. He'd pick up cardboard all around town. He made money with it, and it just seems wrong for us to have to spend this much money on one type of recyclable.
I think, there's a couple of concerns up here at this table with this, and that is probably why CJ has stayed until 8:15 this evening. That's right. Even though this is just a budget wrap-up. So thank you for staying, and thank you for being here. Rachel is voicing the concerns of all of us. I've got two questions, and then maybe you can kind of fill in with some information. My first question is, when cardboard is collected currently in the alleyways, downtown, or at various locations, what happens to it? Where does it go? Where's the hauler take it?
The majority of our cardboard will be taken to Denver. There's a portion of it that's taken to the facility at Walcott. And the bid that you see in there was around cardboard being taken to Walcott for their recyclable recovery facility there. So that's closer to home, a little bit less in the way of fuel consumption, however, an extremely expensive endeavor.
And then my second question is, when we put in the recycling ordinance. The recycling ordinance was structured so that it required the service, recycling service from the haulers. We didn't penalize for people throwing their recyclables into the trash. We didn't want to be going through the trash and all that stuff. What is do we have an opportunity, instead of this, do we have an opportunity to mandate that cardboard is not thrown into the trash stream or the landfill, and have people either take advantage of the service that they already pay for, or in the case of some commercial operators downtown, get that service provided if they need to? So instead of us being the end mover of this this stuff, can we just make it so that people have to figure it out? I think maybe that's a similar approach that we're using with composting coming up.
Very similar approach to what we're going to propose to you as an option to help divert compost. The challenges that we certainly will see in the near term, in particular in the downtown community, is space for collection. We've changed codes to require adequate space for compost, trash, and recycling as we move ahead. Yep. That's kind of happening at the pace of building redevelopment. So there certainly are some challenges there. And that is, I think, sort of that big outlier. Cardboard service is required at the residential level. It's not required at the commercial level. Yep. And so, one of the big things, basically everybody in a residential development or single-family home is going to have access to that. Folks in the downtown core don't have that requirement as part of their trash service. So this, at the end of the day, will likely serve a significant portion of the business community more so than the residential community.
Yeah, I had some discussions with Tori earlier today about this, and CJ, I was thinking that what you just confirmed, that the commercial isn't part of the cardboard recycling that residential is. I see $200,000 for a one-time compactor, $250,000 a year ongoing for hauling, subtract or add the greenhouse gas to haul it, and then factor in cardboard usage in the United States is 1 billion trees. So, and cardboard can be recycled 7 or 8 times. This is courtesy of Google this morning. But I can support this if, and this is a condition for that, if the haulers are told we're not going to pick up cardboard, you have to take it down to the recycling center. Then we know it's getting recycled instead of going into the landfill and creating methane gas. $200,000 for a compactor and hauling is still, $250,000 a year ongoing with the transportation. It doesn't sit well with me, but taking all the cardboard that's in the alleys downtown, if they get recycled at the recycling center, I was of the understanding that they didn't do recycling of cardboard at the solid waste facility now.
That's correct, at Pickens County's solid waste facility.
It's a collection facility?
Yep.
So they do take the cardboard and truck it out?
Yes.
Yeah.
And is there my recollection is there's no fee for taking your cardboard.
That is correct. You can take recyclables there.
At no charge.
Mm-hmm.
You can take it to the landfill, no charge.
Correct, and then the solid waste center, the landfill, pays for its transport to a material recovery facility for whichever type of material it is.
So and then direct response to Rachel, that this is $200,000 plus $250,000 a year operating expenses for people to take their cardboard down to the recycling center instead of having it picked up curbside where they're already paying to have it picked up.
Well, other than the business community, which you discussed.
Right, in the business community, theirs is getting recycled at no charge at the solid waste center.
If they bring it up there, if they pay someone to haul it.
But it's hauled from the alley up to the recycling
The
center.
recycling center won't take cardboard from commercial haulers. Yep.
Okay,
Individuals that they
okay.
will take.
So if, as a condition for this funding, we said, all of these commercial people, they're not even going to pick up the cardboard, so you have to take it to the recycling center. I can see spending that kind of money to increase recycling from the commercial core.
I have a real hard time with it. You know, again, I remember when there used to be a recycling service in town, Wally's Recycling, and he would go up and down the alleys, and I remember, because I delivered in all the alleys, and I would see where people would store their cardboard up, you know, they build a little 2x4s and put it above the dumpster, and dumpster comes out, gets pulled, and they dump that, and then later the cardboard guy comes by. The problem is none of these things are at all profitable anymore. There's no recovery in the business side of it. I don't have answers here. I just think that this is an incredibly high expense for a very limited product. I mean, and as I said, I think it'd be a lot less expensive if we started really collecting plastic bags and plastic things that could be recyclable, but they're all getting into the landfill as well. You know, and why is cardboard more important than plastics? You know, they're finding plastics in mother's milk now, you know, it's just not good. And so everybody has it inside them. And so that's all. I mean, I wonder, honestly, if this is something we could continue to work out and find a way to work it out without having it to be do or die here at the budget discussion. We can always do supplementals, we can always have a better plan and add it on later. But to say we have to decide we're not doing it at all, or we're gonna do it for $3 million over the next 10 years, you know, I don't feel comfortable making that choice right now, but I could do it as a supplemental. The other thing, you know, it just struck me is, you know, you could have a future council that says, yeah, well, they spent $200,000 on the machine, but we're not going to spend $250,000 a year to keep this up. And we could invest in this machine, and it would be like the freaking turbine for the energy center that never got used. It cost $1.2 million. And so that's where I'm a little worried about this, is that there may not be funding to keep running it in the future, whether it's needed or not. But, you know, this at some level competes with everything else in our general fund and our environmental program and building IQ. And so, yeah, I know it's a trade-off of greenhouse gases, but, you know, I want to make sure we have the incentives and really get the building IQ going. So, you know, I'm not going to be a hard one on it, but it just doesn't feel right to me that.
Do we get anything for the 2 loads a week we take to Denver or Walcott?
They'd be taken out of that. There's no profit in it. And this is why, again, to me, it's like, if the county's not concerned about all the cardboard being put in the trash and taken to the landfill, why are we having to take up the full cost? And if we were being split with them, if they were putting in, saying 125, we're to 125, I'd be in a different boat.
Yeah.
But the idea that, you know, I keep hearing, extend the life of the landfill, extend the life of the landfill, and then zero effort within our communities to try to do that, you know, when it costs money.
So do we have opportunity, one, to talk to the county about?
We will ask again. We ask this question almost every year. I get told no.
And then the other.
Why don't we bring it back, maybe the policy conversation back in conjunction when you're reviewing the revised waste ordinance? I think there's perhaps a window of opportunity there to look at the bigger picture that might be helpful to your discussion if you're interested. So I don't want to kill it, but I want you to do it in context of your other policy decisions.
Yeah, I mean, as we sit here now, I'm still more in favor of working towards a program to require that people utilize the services that are already existing instead of doing this. So
Yeah, we're on the same page, and all I'm
Same page.
saying is that, you know, it doesn't have to be a do or die decision to go with this budget. This
Sure.
is why we do supplementals.
Sure.
We're doing fall supplementals still, so let's get this a little more baked before we put money to it.
And in that, I would also be interested, you said that, yeah, there's space constraints for the downtown core and such, but I'm interested in really fleshing that out and seeing what that really plays out like. I see the good and the bad there. I live on an alley downtown. I see a lot of cardboard getting recycled. The bin is always full. So I understand what you're saying where there is an issue there, but I know that it's being effectively done by a lot of people downtown. I'd be interested to know if we can do program improvements over embarking on this. I do, though, think that it is part of our responsibility to take care of this. So in one way or another, I'd like to. But I do. I choke on $250,000 a year. And does the landfill have a compactor?
A cardboard compactor?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question.
So if they're taking in cardboards from individuals and such,
My recollection is no, because sometimes when my dumpster's full, I just take it with me on a down valley run and drop it off. But that might be maybe a partnership opportunity to purchase the equipment if they're willing to consider its operation.
We used to take hundreds of pounds, if not tons, of end-of-the-season magazines up to the landfill. And, so they have them in different spots where they collect and do things. But, I'm open to trying to find solutions. I'm right with you on that, Tori. This one just isn't quite it.
all right, can we have direction then that we are going to withhold this from budget appropriation at this time? We can revisit it if we find we are at a dead end and this is something that we want to achieve, that we can revisit it. But we are looking for other programmatic improvements perhaps that can get us to this end goal.
Yeah, and right along those lines, what is going on with that Producer Responsibility Act that they're getting ready to implement? Will the producers of cardboard start having some responsibility in disposing of it and the full cycle? So, I just don't want to jump the gun.
We're all in the same boat on this. One board did call me this morning to say, hey.
I'm apologizing,
Yep.
Paul, but I told my husband, who has had the leg thing, I'd be home an hour ago.
Of course.
So I'm outta here.
I'm just going to take a couple of these personnel ones. Real quick, this next one is a senior communications specialist. This is an additional FTE in the comms team. The reason why I'm recommending this to you at this point is I heard a lot of expectations around communication that we are not staffed at, particularly for capital, and we've got some big capital next year. So this would be to help address that and work towards meeting your expectations with that.
I would add, I'm okay with everything else on this list. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Any questions on it?
Hi to Polly for us.
Yeah, my question and what I feel, I have told a lot of people I think the Living Lab was a great success because it taught us a lot of things. And one of the things it taught me is that a failure of communication on the Living Lab was that we did not go one-on-one and talk to the people. So if we have a communications, I would like to see a focus on increasing the one-to-one interactions and actually meeting with the people, whether that's dovetailed with the downtown operation as a Emily, but I want to see increase in the one-on-one communications with these projects.
I thought there was some direct business
There's a very
outreach.
substantial list of one-on-one conversations what happened. It's just people didn't get what they wanted in a lot of those conversations. I just want to be real clear about that we have records of going door to door to every business, and sometimes it's a problem of who we spoke to did not speak to their manager, or their manager didn't speak to their owner. There's some level at which there has to be some personal accountability by these businesses that we cannot assume that this $100,000 can solve. I just want to be transparent about expectations.
Okay,
there.
so I need a clarification. Was that one-on-one, was that before the Living Lab started back in the fall, or was it just before it started, was after it
There
started?
was multiple different conversations that occurred. This council gave specific direction about how they wanted that public engagement to happen. It was not a two-way conversation. It was to inform them of what would occur, not to ask them what they would like to have happen. So I want to be really clear that that was a decision made at the council table and either January or February at the Living Lab. I'd be happy to meet with you offline to dissect that with you, Ward, if you'd like. But this request is much broader than providing what you're requesting. If you are looking for that, if the council is looking for that level of involvement in every capital project, then I really need to go back with my team because it's a much, much bigger ask that I need to make than one FTE.
Let's cycle back offline.
Okay. The next one is an additional enforcement officer. You know, in looking at some of these issues, particularly around the waste management component and what options about how do we handle this, this isn't, while enforcement is in the title, it's really about how do we get compliance and building our capacity to increase compliance. And so CJ is here and can talk about sort of the good conversation they had in ComDev if you have questions, but that's really our focus on it. Is that outreach, compliance, and then last, enforcement if necessary. We've seen this evolution in our bear activity, like you'll have an update on bear activity tomorrow, and how we've had to switch from that encouragement and education to compliance to enforcement to really start getting people to change their behaviors. Do you want to add anything, CJ?
That sums it up perfectly, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any thoughts on this?
I guess my only question is one community development enforcement officer enough?
We have 3 more already. So it will be shared amongst the 4 of them, all the enforcement duties. We don't want someone who specializes only in waste, for example. They need to be able to cross-train in order to cover vacation schedules, and fluctuation of visitors in town, things like that.
Yeah, I'm supportive here. It is the cost of doing business, and the costs have gone up tremendously. But nonetheless, this is putting our resources where we want to shine and to improve and to take our community in the future. So I'm supportive. These aren't easy, but I appreciate the budget work that you guys have put in, and I trust in these as the solutions. So.
All right, everything else are pretty minor ones, some tweaking to grant dollars, the affirmation of some of the additional outreach you want on climate action. Let's just jump, any questions on this one? We talked about all these pretty thoroughly already. Just the last one I wanted you to know is that I increased my recommendation on the community nonprofit and the health and human service grant pool. It had increased by 4%. I went ahead and jumped it up to 10 because the demand for services is just really increasing right now. This first one was a request we received from the Fire Protection District that we agreed to take on as a one-time request. Anything after that requires a more full conversation, but this is a specific type of wildfire detection technology that has been privately funded, and they've been looking for some funding partners on. Additionally we added some additional money to the asphalt replacement program at your request, and additional costs for materials for using de-icer in a portion of the core. We're still finalizing which streets for sure, but we plan on piloting this for you and doing the water quality monitoring similar to what we did on 82 for you. All right, Rudai Water and Power has a dues increase, so we wanted to get appropriations in for that, so you knew about it. One thing that we're going to absorb in the Parks Fund that we did not request, but I think you'd be really interested in knowing, is we've been working on an intergovernmental agreement between all 3 counties and all 6 local governments in the Valley to fund wildfire mitigation planning efforts as a regional collaborative up and down the Valley, because the risk is consistent pretty much through the Valley at this point. And that way we're really pooling funds and have the framework in place for better grant opportunities with BLM, Forest Service partners, and et cetera. But again, we'll absorb that $3,500 in the Parks Fund's existing appropriations. my recap from tonight. We are going to bring to you still the fund balance policy recommended in the budget, unless I hear any changes to the red line from you directly. Additionally, you're okay with us combining the 2 part-time positions and the additional 22,000 appropriations for benefits to change that into a full-time FTE. That you are fine with all the other supplementals at the Wheeler. You're fine with the supplementals at the Red Brick. You agreed to additional 50,000 for a total of 100,000 for the public art community conversations. You're fine with all of the parks and open space and golf supplementals and capital. We need to send you the slides for golf. And then it sounds like maybe in a future policy conversation, there needs to be around the school district mill levy. I will circle back up. I did not hear 3 of you say that you wanted a discussion about a capital campaign policy for the Wheeler. I just want you to know I only heard really one of you express an interest in that advancing anytime soon compared to your current policy of not entertaining them at all. So I'm sticking with not entertaining them at all until I hear other direction from the council table. Thank you.
Just that last item.
Yeah, that arts and culture capital grants policy is what you're talking about, to come up with a policy for capital campaigns?
The policy direction we received this summer was do not entertain them and do not allow them at this time. There is an interest by one of you to have council discussion around this. But at this point, I am not hearing 3 of you say you're ready to spend time on this here in the near future.
So as it stands now, that those additional funds, arts and culture funds, are not going to be used for capital projects?
Correct.
Correct. You have not authorized that as a grant category.
Good, I agree.
Yeah, I'm comfortable there for now. I respect Rachel's request there, but
Yeah, I understand where she's coming from, but I don't see it
not
necessary
necessary
now.
right now. Yeah. Okay.
Very good. Next steps, we'll bring forward a budget resolution on November the 8th and the first reading of the fee ordinance. There will also be a public hearing on the 8th in regards to the budget. Second reading of the fee ordinance 2 weeks after that, and then we'll pass the mill levy as soon as we have the final certified values for that. So,
Public hearing on the 8th?
for the budget. For the budget.
Right. Remember, it's December, and so you want your last 2 weeks of December off, so they're back-to-back council meetings in December, 1 week after another, because you have to meet 2 times during the month.
But it's by resolution, not ordinance, so.
It is, you're right. Well, it's kind of funny. Some of it's by resolution, and then the fees are adopted by
The
ordinance.
fees are ordinance, the budget, and the mill levy are resolution.
Okay.
Right? So it's been on the calendar that way for a while. If we need to talk about it, please let me know ASAP, because we're making notices on land use cases based on that calendar schedule.
Okay.
All right.
Just one last thing I wanted to thank everybody. This will be my last appearance in front of council. And so it's been great. I really appreciate everything. I love all the work that I've been able to do here. So
Thank you, Andrew.
Didn't you like that?
Andrew.
He said, "We will bring you, we will bring you." I thought he was just going to decide he's reconsidering, but
it's a team. It's a team effort.
So you're done. You're not joining us in November.
That's correct. Friday is my last day. Yeah. So.
Okay. All right.
but CJ has decided to step in.
Excellent.
Right in the middle of it.
Well, Andrew, I reiterate all the things I said before. We started the budget process because your contributions have been noticeable over the years. And once again, this was a really well-done budget process. And thank you for your everything on behalf of the city of Aspen. And we will miss you.
Whoever follows in your shoes has big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
And I just had one quick comment. We have this huge excess of cardboard and a lack of housing.
No, don't even go there.
If we were in a more moderate temperature.
There you go.
We'd be all over that. All right, thank you very much. We want to thank GrassRoots as always, and thank you guys. We are back tomorrow night. We have a regular meeting. That means that we have public comment available at 5 p.m. Please join us then.
Come on down.